क्या बोलत नाही रे.
A very good morning to everyone. We are about to start the workshop in a while. The participants, if you are here, you may please want to ask your team members as well to join in. Today is an important session which will be taken by the solution partner of Riverathon, ISRI India. Namaskar to everyone. Uh, Sir, you are here, Dr. Pandey, sir.
Yes, I am here, but
Okay, sir.
after 5 minutes, yeah.
Okay, so with your permission, we would like to start the session.
Please, please go ahead.
Thank you, sir. So, on behalf of Amity School of Engineering and Technology, Amity University, and the entire universe of Amity, I, Dr. Madhuri Kumari, Deputy Director of Placement and Industrial Relations and Professor in Department of Civil Engineering, would like to welcome you once again to the day 2 of online workshop. Dear participants, this workshop started yesterday and it all is aligned along the vision of Riverathon. Before I begin this, I would once again want to play the video of Riverathon to let you all know and enforce the vision and the outcome of Riverathon.
We can't. We can't. Ma'am, you are on mute. We can't hear you. And we didn't hear even the audio of which.
Sorry.
Right.
Yeah, sorry, the audio was not audible.
It wasn't.
No, ma'am.
Okay. Once again, I would play this video of River. Thank you for watching this video. A very pleasant and energy flowing morning to everyone. On behalf of Amity School of Engineering and Technology and Amity Universe, it gives me immense pleasure to welcome you all to the workshop on potential of LiDAR technology for river restoration, revival, and rejuvenation. This workshop is being organized as a part of the national level hackathon, Riverathon. I'm very happy to welcome the team from ISRI who will be taking over today's session. Today is the second day of this online workshop. This initiative is dedicated to exploring the innovative ideas and solutions for river restoration, revival, and rejuvenation. As mentioned yesterday also, and I would continue to be talking about Riverathon 1.0, which is the flagship event under the Namami Gange program. It is the first ever hackathon dedicated to rivers using LiDAR data provided by the Survey of India. It brings together diverse minds from several disciplines, and it's actually a multidisciplinary approach. That platform is provided by Riverathon, wherein cutting edge technology blends with policy insights and community engagement. And all these are aligned along United Nations Sustainable Development Goal. So dear participants, what's very, very pertinent for you to understand is that by competing in this Riverathon, it is not just the participation that matters. You are contributing to water conservation, climate resilience, revival of our ecosystem, and the future of river of India and globally. So that's a very proud moment for all of us if in a way or the other we are able to contribute towards the sustainable goal of nation and globe as on the whole. We have with us Team ISRI, and it is my pleasure to introduce you all to the agenda of today's session by Team ISRI. Now, today's session is in the morning half and slightly towards the afternoon half will be by the Team ISRI. And as we close, I will be talking on the Riverathon way forward along with my colleague Sri Piyush Gupta ji from NMCG. The way that we have aligned the agenda for our participants, Mr. Suneet Manjavkar from ISRI would be starting and will be taking the welcome and introduction to GIS. Post that, we will hear about ISRI India from Ms. Stuti Prakash. Then a detail diving into the GIS, understanding the data that is handled by GIS and the components of the GIS will be handled by Ms. Prathavi G. Bhatti, and it will be followed by the explanation of Living Atlas of India, which is a USP of ISRI. Our GIS business analyst, basically what it is and the introduction to the capability of this will be presented by Ms. Shivangi Paul. Then you will hear about ArcGIS Pro, again by Ms. Shivangi Paul, where she'll talk about the specifically the Arc Hydro tool that is available and alignment of the theme, sediment management and catchment analysis that can be done using this tool. Then Ms. Neha Chirsagar will be presenting about ArcGIS Enterprise and Mobile GIS, which is actually one of the tool, very powerful tool in terms of most of the application are nowadays being installed or being available as an app on mobile, and how this mobile GIS capability of ISRI will help you all. Followed by that would be GeoAI, which is again the most trending tool of ISRI India. Many of you have presented your ideas which are along utilization of artificial intelligence, machine learning, deep learning, and so on. So this tool is going to get very handy to you when you have to present your idea, or as I have been saying, give wings to your idea. Followed by that, Mr. Tejas Kapoor will be presenting on disaster management theme that can be catered to by the ArcGIS tool, how you can actually be doing or taking action on hazard mapping, early warning system, flood zoning, LiDAR that will be used for vulnerability mapping and IoT device integration. So dear students and the participants, it's the day when you will be presented with the solutions that are already available, and like a wheel, you need not reinvent it. You know, you can focus more on having your idea getting robust and robust because the tools are there to help you out. Ms. Manjusha Singh will also present some of the use cases on the water, particularly again talking about the power of the image, hyperspectral and SAR imagery, then how flood mapping can be done using SAR, what power this tool has in terms of water pollution assessment and subsidence mapping. Mr. Tejas Kapoor would again be presenting on digital twin for urban river interaction theme, was the power of the tool, and it would be concluded by Mr. Suneet Manjavkar. So you can see the session is so richly designed for you to understand and align your idea and see what the tool, how this tool can help you get the things easier and make your idea work. So with that note, I once again welcome you all to this session, and thank you, Team ISRI. We are so delighted to have you as our solution partner, and we see the idea already converging into a successful outcome. So with that note, may I request Professor Dr. Manoj Kumar Pandey, sir, who is Director of Amity School of Engineering and Technology, to present an official welcome to our participants and Team ISRI. So over to you.
Thank you, Dr. Madhuri. Thank you very much. And to all the participants of this morning and our speakers for today, very happy morning to all of you. And in fact, that the 2 days workshop was started by the first talk that happened is of Mr. Vijay from ISRI. So where he has given us the glimpse about how these ArcGIS tools are very, very important for finding the solutions which we are right now, all the participants are chasing for. So we had given you the information about the Riverathon and what are the relevance of it, what are all the pretext of all this event that we are organizing. Now is the time when we should understand, because this is a non-conventional event. Normally hackathons having where the open source softwares and open data systems or the databases are being used for finding out the solutions. But this one is very niche where the LiDAR data, which is of a very specific in its own kind of the data is required. And the softwares, the infrastructure, all the requirements are very, very specific in this particular way. So that's why we decided to have this 2 days workshop, and which can give you the glimpse of and the insights of. So today we have the team from ISRI, and we are very much thankful to Ms. Stuti. Thank you very much that you had given us all the details which Dr. Mathuri has told about, what all the topics that you are going to highlight on today. Ms. Stuti, Mr. Suneet, Ms. Prathavi, Ms. Sivangi, and Ms. Neha, and many, Mr. Tejas. So all these are going to highlight today what all the ArcGIS capabilities, strengths, and how they are going to use it to find out the solutions. So my best wishes to all the participants this morning for today, and best use of the information, the data that the ISRI professionals are going to share with you. And this all will be based on their experiences, the package, the softwares, the tools they had been developed and they are using consistently. So with this, once again, would like to welcome you to the second day of the important workshop on LiDAR data. Thank you. Over to you, Dr. Mathuri.
Thank you, sir. Thank you for reinforcing the objective and the outcome of Riverathon, and also mentioning about the importance of why today's workshop, particularly day 2, is going to be important to our participants. So now we begin the session of second day and hand over the platform to Isri. Now, before I begin, I would just like to mention would like to welcome particularly Mr. Suneet Manjavkar, Senior Industry Manager, Sales, ISRI India, who will be presenting the GIS in simple terms, GIS, how it is actually applicable in daily use. And particularly, I would like to tell my participants here, when we had this discussion with ISRI, we were mentioning about the know-how of geospatial data, the geospatial thinking, whether it is evident from the idea submission of our participant or not. And then we thought maybe it's time for us, though we have most of the participants from computer science, engineering, and information technology, but we understand that geospatial thinking is going to give a direction, a strengthening of your direction of idea. You, as a computer science graduate or an information technology graduate or AI, ML, and latest information technology know-how that you must be having, it is important to understand that the Riverathon is going to be working primarily on the geospatial aspect. And of course, two angles that this hackathon is having, which is very different from any other hackathon, is that one, that you need to have a geospatial thinking, and the second is that the understanding of the LiDAR as a data. It may seem to be a simple imagery data, but it has a lot of powers, a lot of things that is hiding secret of LiDAR data. So these two base, if you know, then your idea will definitely bring in the best outcome of this hackathon. So with that note, thank you, Mr. Suneet, to introduce our participants to the basics of GIS, which will bring in a geospatial thinking and add good or strengthen their idea. Over to you, Mr. Suneet Manjavkar.
Thank you, ma'am. Let me share the screen. Oh, my screen is visible.
Yes,
It's not.
it was visible. I am not sure whether others can see it. I'm not able to see this now.
No, it's not yet visible. Once it has come once, then disappear.
I did that.
But now you can see your text. Yeah.
Nice.
It is not fully visible.
Now
Yes, you need to put it in slideshow mode.
it's in slideshow. Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Yeah, we are able to.
Okay, great, ma'am. So, thank you, Amit University and National Mission for Clean Ganga, to allow us and, chosen us rather, as you rightly mentioned, the technology has a choice that man has to make so that the progress could have the footfall to work on. And that's what I think the Amity and the NMCG has embraced the choices. And we are happy. We are ISRI India working on the technologies which is a today's nature, which is for tomorrow's future. So welcome you all. On behalf of ISRI India team, I would like to welcome each one, the participants, the students primarily. So as we're coming together, there's a purpose we are being, together. And I would like to welcome all the students, curative minds, the innovators of tomorrow, and the taking the challenges at this juncture of life, which is the challenges for them, for their well-being, as well as for the nations to build. And that's what, together we'd like to connecting as ecosystem, creating the relationship with the technology. Let's inspire us to see what technology could offer to us and reconnecting it, making it more fundamental of reconnecting and enriching. The process, being a student, should be the fun, and we'll ensure our ISRI India team would, have the fun factor in it, so that the looking at the technology make more sense to them in a daily life. While we're taking this thing, GIS, it's a geographic information system. The GIS, when we talk about term, the map is a language of GIS, and which is a science of geography, which is bringing engineering and science as a focus, which is growing stronger with the helping organization in mapping the geographic thinking, as one of the point you mentioned with us. Just I would like to give the glimpse, or rather put for thought to every student, what would be the full form of ESRI? So I hope something might have triggered a lot of things, but yes, E, certainly, it stands for environment, for which this riverthon is all about. It stands for environmental system, and R stands for research, and I stand for institute. So fundamental of ISRI itself in an institute, where the American environmental scientist, I must tell you, he founded this organization in 1969, and since then we are working with various organizations helping geographic thinking, and he's the man who's bringing, his name is Jack Benjamin. He's the man who brought this technology, bringing together the world challenges to address the concerns and seeing further pathways how we could make the things happen for tomorrow. So I'll would like to only talk about how these things could get applied today in a space of, yes, everybody talk about AI. So I would like to share AI is one of the factor which is now evolving this technology big way. So GIS is, as a Google has evolved in our life, in every aspect of life. So that is what the GIS, that everybody look at. Yes, it is there. While, the water coming to your home, it is mapped on GIS. You're reaching to your schools, offices, it is being tracked by GIS. Your institutional, social, functional, environmental are working on some part of location intelligence, and that location intelligence, it is brought by the technology called GIS. So all my colleagues here will, run through all these applications of our today's world, which will help us to see how this river-a-thon could bring the value to our, not only the river for mapping, but also to curate the new ideas, how the GIS as many innovations can add to the, not only the tackling, mapping, the concerns of the river, but also see the fresh ideas. And that's what, that probably NMCG is looking at institutes to bring that new, fresh ideas and converge that to the application development, further location into analytics, customization of it, and ultimately do and find the interventions on ground, which will help us to do the NMCG's prime purpose of rejuvenations. So all these factors, if you see, there is a capability of GIS which is advancing, and which is going to help the sphere of students to the professionals, the decision makers, to the political masters, to see this geography is a science of our world, providing the way we can organize, integrate our knowledge, which is coming from the young minds, which is coming from the professionals, and as well as the directives of social political masters, where this new generation is going to lead it from today onwards. So helping us to reconnect every science and discipline, we would like to see this is a platform of GIS. We call it as the GIS, and which we invite you all to explore all the possible solutions through the lines, through the wisdom of the colleagues, their experience. They will share with you in today's 2 to 3 hours of session, and it will help this platform, to see them applied many fields. And these are all daily applications. What we talked about, the economic development, the pollution, where this nature-based conservation we are looking at, the health applications, climate change, and at the same time, urbanization development, where the infrastructure are built, and this infrastructure can be able to manage for sustainable way. Can we bring the synergy of environment and the infrastructure development with the sporadic urban, aspirations, which is probably diminishing the nature aspect of tomorrow as well as today. So GIS is applied in many fields, and we invite all these young minds and organizations to work together, delivering the better business value for everywhere. And that's what, my thought for today. And I would like organization further to take it up, and we would like to support, and we are sure that, not only technology, but as an organization, we are with NMCG, and together we could carve the difference for tomorrow. Thank you, sir. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Mr. Suneet. Thank you so much for giving this base, as well as reconfirming to our participants that ISRI India is going to be our solution partner, and the tool that they are going to be talking about is something that needs attention of all the participants for better implementation of their idea. Now we will move on to our next speaker of the day. Ms. Stuti Prakash, thank you for bridging between, I would say actually, the three parts: Amity University, ISRI India, as well as NMCG. It was nice meeting you, and I think just a meeting of 5 minutes did converge into a great partnership, and I am hopeful that we are going to be along this journey to bring out a great outcome of Riverathon. Ms. Stuti Prakash is business manager at Sales ISRI India, and she'll be talking about ISRI India and what is the capability that is going to add to this Riverathon. Thank you, Stuti, for joining in. Over to you.
So thank you so much, Dr. Manoj Pandey, sir, and to Dr. Madhuri Kumari, ma'am. And it's our pleasure as an organization to join hands with you and NMCG. And in collaboration, we could find some good solutions from participants across the nation. So today, it's our opportunity to present about ISRI, how you can, like all the participants I'm addressing to you as well, that how you can leverage ArcGIS, the readily available tool and platform. And as a industry solution partner for MAT, we can join hands with you. We can guide you. Like our team is there every time with you. You can explore new solutions, new tools, and you don't have to code. You don't have to program. You just have to use the readily available tools. So without further ado, I'm just sharing my screen. Please let me know whether it's visible. I hope my screen is visible.
Yes, it is. You'll have to put it in slideshow mode. I mean, I understand it is PDF,
So,
but
what are, sorry,
yes.
is it? So what are we? We are ISRI India. We make you do amazing things through geography. You can utilize a power of GIS and maps and analytics to solve your problems, your issues, your pain points. Our purpose is to enable the use of geography to solve the social, business, economic, any problem which you are facing in your day-to-day life, or it's a long-term problem. You can leverage the GIS. So what is our value proposition? We help users to unlock potential of your data. So talking about the participants, you must be using some data. So this is a riverthron and we are using the lidar data. So data itself, like in the hard disk, in your storage, it's like not useful until and unless you come up with some information using some analysis on it, and you make it a very informative solution, and you get some information, some analytics through this. So using the ArcGIS platform as a solution partner, you can utilize lot of tools, lot of analysis can be done on it, and you can leverage that technology to find some solution. And you can do with programming or coding by using Python, Java, PHP, any language. You can, by using ArcGIS platform, you can reduce the time like from 2 days to a second. So this is the power of ArcGIS or GIS, I must say. So who we work with, like, is as an ISRI, as an organization, we work with all the like major government organizations across India, most of the educational institutes, including IITs, NIITs, IIMs, and most of the universities, they are using ArcGIS. And in transport sector, if we talk about NHAI, Airport Authority of India, then defense is our like is you leveraging this technology at a very large pace, like BSF, then Indian Army, Navy, Air Force, they are using our technology. So if you want to leverage it, then we are here, our team is here. So talking about energy and utilities sector, you may be knowing about IOCL, BPCL, then Airtel, Adani, they are also using this technology. So it is not restraining you to use like ArcGIS or GIS to any vertical, any sector. It is open and very vast. It's in water, like Namami Gange, then state water missions, national missions like Swachh Bharat mission. They are using the GIS technology because if as a user, if you are using some data and you are not having any primary key for it, location is the one key which is always a permanent key for any data. You will not be able to change that key until and unless it's a mobile data. So you can leverage this technology as a primary key for any data to make it a useful information for creating a solution on it. And talking about disaster management sector, so all the major disasters which India is facing, like floods, droughts, earthquake, landslides. So in that also we play a major part in for getting the forecast, early forecast, and as a preventive and remedial measure also. So National Disaster Management Authority, then flood management information systems, other government organizations like SASE, they are using this technology. So why not we? Why not we as a student? We can use it. Talking about manufacturing, banking, financial, insurance, retail. So a lot of startups also, they are starting to use this technology because it has a lot of data available on this platform. We have a living atlas module, which is our kind of a USP. It has like 1,000+ layers of data readily available from authenticated sources. So you can utilize that data. And talking about the starters, what they do now, whenever you are opening a new business, new opportunity has come up, you want to get information about like demography of that area. You want to like study about the location intelligence, whether this is the right business location to put up. like what is the demography of that area, what is the earning capacity of the that population. So accordingly you can take decisions taking multiple point of interest and relating it to the GIS. And moving to our next slide. So this is a technology. It's a very comprehensive geospatial platform, and you can utilize it and to integrate and connect data through context of geography. I have already like briefed about it. Our team members will give you a detailed explanation and demonstrations on the same. I'm just giving the overview of whole RGS platform and solution, that what you can do using this technology. You can it provides a world leading capabilities for creating, managing, analyzing, mapping, and sharing all kinds of data. And scalable, it's very like scalable. You don't have to, like when you are just creating some proof of concept for you and you want to scale up, you don't have to again rewrite your codes. Don't have to program, you don't have to create new modules to scale up. You just have to put more data, it will ingest, and you will get a very comprehensive solution. It will you can include analytics, imagery, you can include drone data, you can location services, you can integrate APIs. We have a developer module also. You can have a hybrid approach also, like you can use our readily available tools, and then if you want to customize something, want to design, get the beautification on the platform, on your website, then you can just use a developer module also. And so it gives you a solution for mapping and visualization, then spatial analysis and data science. Then it is available as a software as a service also, and platform as a service also. And it manages a like big data. It has a capability to manage lot of ample of data. You can have terabytes, petabytes of data ingested in it, and you can do your analysis. And talking to our uh, product side, and what are our products suit. So what are we? We are like, we have a desktop version which is called Pro. You have to use the Pro version on your workstation. We have multiple extensions available on it, like you can do spatial analyst, image analysis, then geostatistical analysis, network analysis, readily available with the extension, which are available on the desktop version, that is Pro. Then we have what is Indo ArcGIS. So ArcGIS is our platform, solution platform. So by leveraging that, you can have India specific solutions. Lot of India specific layers are ingested on it, so you can utilize those. And we have like another product is ArcGIS Enterprise, in which you can collaborate with your other team members in organizations. There are different departments and divisions, so everybody is working in silos, and if you want to integrate and get the data and information shared by everyone, so you can just have enterprise version. And side scan for ArcGIS is a drone solution for drone imagery and analysis. And we have business analyst. This will be explained by our team members in detail after some time. And I have already explained the living atlas, which has like 1,000 plus data layers, including readily available templates and modules, which you don't have to design anything. You just have readily available modules which you can use. Moving to our further slide. This is like Indo ArcGIS. So Indo ArcGIS is a ready to use GIS solution data projects in GDR for India. Like I have already explained that it is a like we have India specific. So India, we have a different kind of diversities available with us in terms of population, in terms of ethnicity, in terms of area, in terms of geography. So you have plains, you have different soils. So you like all the data from the authenticated sources like Survey of India, GSI, then NIC. We have like had the MOU with them, and we have incorporated those data layers which can be used by you. So you don't have to go to any organization on an open source or any other platform to get the data fetch from that. So talking to the about our services. So we provide services across multiple businesses and technical domains to maximize the impact of location intelligence. So we do have, like, if as an organization, if we see, like, apart from the platform, we provide technical support wherever you are getting stuck in creating your solutions. Our technical support division is there. We provide you trainings. We provide trainings to students as well, and we have like MOOC sessions and LinkedIn learning also available, YouTube channel, and a lot of social media channels have the training modules. And we do have certification courses which are very valuable if you want to get into the GIS industry as a from your career point of view. And we have consulting and professional services as well. And we provide cloud and managed services. Like if you want to have a customized cloud services for you, then we do have that. All the things which I am just talking about, these topics will be explained by our team members in the further sessions. And we are the global leader in GIS, and we have deployed our solutions at over 680,000 customer organizations globally. We are in the 90% of the Fortune 100 companies. We are working with most of the national government organizations, 30,000 cities and local government organizations as well. And we have offices at 49 locations with more than 6,000 professionals from 73 countries. And we spend like 30% of our revenue or R&D, research and development. So this is like, I want to highlight on this point. So if we talk about Google, if we talk about Microsoft or any other company which is in the top 100 of the world, like big 16, so they spend only like 6 to 7% of their revenue on research and development. But ISRI is like, as an organization, we are spending 30% of revenue on R&D. So this is like, we want to provide the value solutions, and our team, we have like dedicated team for R&D which are doing research day and night to develop tools and solutions, so that hassle-free solutions can be given to organization, to participants, which don't like so that they don't have to go on any programming or coding, so that you don't have to reinvent the wheel for the same thing. So I suggest and I request if you can use and leverage our technology in your Reverathon as well. And we have we will be like providing you with some licenses, trial licenses for 30 days in future, so you can use a hybrid approach to ingest the LiDAR data and use the readily available tools. And I have already talked a lot about ISRI, and we have been established in India in 1996. However, it was founded by Jack Dangermond and his wife Laura Dangermond in 1969 in California. And we have a headquarter in Noida, and we are present with regional offices in 7 cities across country. And we are delivering like GIS technology over like lot of ISRItes have been working with lot of government organizations. And in 2023, 21, and 22, we have been awarded with the great place to work certified also. And these are our awards and recognition. So we have Global Water Technology of the Year 2023 by the EEF Global Water Award. We have been awarded with Best Water and Sanitation Effort for Water Efficient Thrissur at ET Government. And we have been given the Excellence Innovative Technology Award by Golden Star Awards. So these kinds of recognitions are also being given to ISRI as an organization. And talking, I don't have the idea about you participants if we will be able to interact in future. I must tell you, if you want to have a career in GIS, it's blooming nowadays. And you can like whenever you are able to get the license and you will ingest the data for LiDAR and have the solutions on it, do try. And do try for ISRI. It's a great company to work with, and we feel proud in providing solutions to most of the government organizations. And I hope in future we will have our paths crossed, and we will be working together. And thank a lot to Dr. Madhuri and Dr. Manoj sir for giving us this opportunity to have joining hands with MET and NMCG and have a detailed interaction with you participants. And I hope you will be having and creating a very innovative solutions for river solutions. Like in this riverthon, we are hoping you will be giving us some innovative solutions in which we can collaboratively work. So thank you so much, and over to you, Dr. Madhuri ma'am.
Thank you so much, Ms. Tuti. I would actually be confined if I have to tell that, ISRI has rivers of solution. Maybe it's not river, it's ocean, and not even ocean, it's sea of opportunities and the tools and the solutions that is being provided. And leader in geospatial domain, we could not have better partner for solution of Riverathon than ISRI India. Thank you, ISRI India, for being part of Riverathon, and thank you, Ms. Tuti, for letting our participant know about glimpse of the capability actually, which slowly it will unfurl, and the secret of every tool will be talked about, of course not in detail, but at least it will give a torchlight to our students. That is what I could say, so that you can pick this tool to implement your idea and make it into a solution, rather than focusing on the softwares to design your code, to struggle with the libraries that you have to import and several other additional data, that layers that you would be getting freely from our GIS tool. I think that's definitely is something encouraging, and we would like to recommend you to use this platform particularly for enabling your idea. Thank you, Ms. Tuti. So with that, we move on to the next speaker of the day. So now it's time to dive deep into GIS, slightly deeper than what Mr. Suneet introduced. So know about the data handling, what are the different types of data that GIS would handle, as well as what is the foundation of GIS, what are the prime components of the GIS. I invite Ms. Prathvi Ghanshyam Bhai Bhatti. Excuse me if pronunciation of your name was incorrect, but yeah, Ms. Prathvi makes it more simpler. Assistant Manager Pre-Sales of ISRI India, to provide this insight. Over to you, Ms. Prathvi.
Thank you very much, ma'am. I'm sharing my screen. Let me know once it is visible to everyone. Hopefully it is visible to everyone. Yes. So we talk lots about GIS, because GIS is information system, geographic information system, where itself we have the information. But what I say, you are already using it, and it is not such a complicated equation or mathematical problem statement. You are anyways using it, Swiggy, Zomato, and many other location-based application, where in the background you are using the information system, which is even connected with the location. So here, as you can see on my screen, am I not audible? Audible? Yeah. So as you can see on my screen,
You
these
are
the few solution. Like we have this disaster-based problems where we require real-time information based on the location. We require the decision-making support system, where we required how many of the assets are in the area, or even few of the meters and everything which is even connected with the location. So location is the key. And what if I say what we can do with the GIS? So map how you have the data. Like when we have lot of data in Excel or in any other format available, but we are not able to visualize it, there GIS comes in the picture, and we can understand the data in a beautiful way with a map, with symbology, and with many other elements of GIS. So GIS you are anyways using, but maybe you are not aware of. Wherever there are lot of data available, wherever you have many of the information available, and the only solution you require is what, where, and how. So this question, whatever comes in the picture, there you are using GIS. Basic questions or might be how it is happening. Like one of the use case I would like to discuss, that in the health we have like many of the cases coming, and what if we want to understand the relationship, how it is coming up. The COVID, if you understand that for the COVID we get the data information that this case are spreading, but what is the source? And similarly, few of the health conditions which is occurred by the water, so the source, the point, and the information connecting with the problem required to understand, and there the GIS can be a most important tool. And nowadays GIS is not just a tool, but it is a technology where on top of which we can understand the many other objects and understanding. Like here you can see we have many other maps available. With these maps I can understand the locations of the post office, the locations of the WTP, even the points where the river is going, the source, and even many other use cases which includes the water. And this symbology, as you can see, this 5 different maps has different symbology, and these 5 different maps talk each and another like a different story. So wheresoever the data can tell a story, GIS is there. And GIS is not only the data, but it is an information which comes with the solution. So do I need GIS? This might be a question for each one of you, like whether you required GIS or not. So I would say if you have a lot of data, which is like in a bigger size, a big data, which is like normally cannot be explained by charts, graphs, and like the infographics, there you need GIS. Yes, you need GIS to understand the data in depth, to understand how it behaves, to understand whether it's a biased data or unbiased data, and to understand whether the solution I'm providing is biased or unbiased. Because if I understand the data, it will automatically resolve the problem half of the time. So these are the few solutions you can see on my screen. Like this is the remote sensing data on my first slide, where you can even see the 3D, how we have locations, building footprints available, even the road networks. Most of the traffic solutions comes with the location, and even there are temperatures, global warming, and there are many other impacting parameters which are not even directly implying, but there are problems which can be understand and resolved with the parameters which might be indirectly applying the factors. So these are few of the, I mean, these are the major components of GIS. Hardware, you of course required a system where you can ingest the data, you can understand the data, you have to have the physical device that supports the operations. Then the software, where you will going to apply all of this analysis, and the data, which is most important part of our GIS core component, and the people who understand and manage and operate this whole system. And there are procedures and standard to use this data, which we call the methods. So these are the 5 important components of GIS. And also when we talk about GIS, there are 2 types of data format majorly we use, which is the vector data and the raster data. So raster is basically your photographs, your satellite imageries, your even the 360 panachromatic data, everything which includes the pixels, that's we called in a simple language raster. Because if you ask 100 different GIS professional, there are 100 different GIS definition, 100 different concepts of understanding the GIS, but in a core, in a simple way, wherever you required the information in the solution, it is the GIS. So even the vector data is our special feature or tabular attributes. Majorly, we counted point, line, and polygon. So here you can see we have the points, lines, and polygon. So points are the basic location which you can count. Like there are post office, there are WTPs, there are valves information, there are even service centers. So which is comes with the X and Y location. Lines such as roads, rivers, and any of the object which can be understand with the line in a physical world, that can be your line or line shape files. Polygons such as the information for the building data, we also have the census data. So such information can be curated and can be seen and understand with the GIS. The raster data, basically what I explained as a pixel in detail, wherever you have the raster combinations such as satellite imageries or even microwave imageries, these are the imageries or even the images which we understand by the pixels. These are the raster datas. So in a whole, it's a powerful platform. Whether you collect the data from the real world, you have the information, even the visualization and mapping can be the one component where we can use the GIS, the analysis and modeling, wherever we have to do the predictive analysis, we have to understand the patterns, we have to understand the scenarios, we have to answer how in any solution, we have to even bifurcate the problems and understand the different perspective of the solution. That can be the one solution for the, I mean, where you can use the GIS. And even the planning and geo design, as we also connect the CAD designs, the CAD data, even the construction monitoring, the beam data. So we also have the geo design and planning perspective for the infrastructure domain. Decision making, of course, wherever we have to understand the problem scenario and take the decision, it can be a very firm decision taken by the GIS, because you can visualize the problem, you can understand the problem in a deeper down, and you can of course take the actions after understanding the problems in detail. So it is a geographic approach for understanding and collaboration. Wherever you are using GIS, there are multiple people who can use the same data, same solution, and can be there. There might be different point of view and perspective for the same problem statement. So yeah, GIS is a powerful platform, and GIS is advancing rapidly. As you can also see, we have Geo AI and advanced analytics. So where locations can be used and understand with AI perspective. We have Geo AI, where you can extract the information, you can detect the location, you can detect the objects in the uh, field where you have to uh, understand the location better. There this advancing is happening, like even 3D living digital twins are possible with the GIS. My colleagues will also explain these concepts in detail, like dashboards and storytelling, like how you can do it with the location, and even the web application and mobile application, and all of this can be combined at one platform. And this can be used, which is in silos, but ArcGIS is a platform which combines everything. So yeah, so these are the mobile application, desktop application, web application, everything in a one system is GIS. So I mean, now the major thing when you talk about GIS, how is GIS used? So these are few of the application from many. Like it can be responding to emergencies. As you can see on my screen, there are building footprints. We can understand how many of the people are affected, how many of the people are not affected, what are the current scenario wherever this is happening. And even the routes can be understand wherever we have to reach to that particular location. Site selection analysis based on the different layers which we can ingest together, like population, income, potential store. This can be anything, like we can also understand the locations of new upcoming dams. And yeah, so we can also do the site selection analysis. Then the best route planning. It is possible that for every different application, the route can be different. As you can see, by air it is different, by water it is different, in a road it can be different. All of this best route planning can be done with GIS. We also see many of the applications running in the field right now where they are using GIS, like Uber, Ola's, Rapidos, the Zomato, Swiggy. Everyone is using right now the GIS concept, and they are providing solutions in like no times. Keeping track of things, like there are assets which needs to be tracked, and you can see we can also have the applications in 2D and 3D. We can monitor the assets, and if there are any maintenance coming in the picture, we can always solve it. And this application can be visualized in 3D as well, and this all the information can be tracked with dashboards. So these are the few applications which can be used with GIS. Like there are strategic planning and forecasting. With time series data, we can understand the patterns, how it is behaving in the real world. So yeah, all of this can be possible with the GIS. So this is all from my end. Over to you, Madhuri ma'am.
Thank you so much, Ms. Prithvi. So, good information provided by you. GIS is more than tool; it is a technology, and very well mentioned that if you can decipher the data, if you can bring out the insight of the data, insight from the data, understand for that understanding of the data, you're halfway through with the solution. So, with having said that, and the kind of capability that, in a nutshell, that was shown by Ms. Prathvi, that definitely calls in for the usage of the tool. More to come in as we move on. We are going to be looking at more number of capabilities of the tool. So, next speaker we have is Ms. Shivangi Paul.
It has skip हो गया. Ma'am, we have Living Atlas of India
Oh, okay.
for this
Okay.
session.
Okay. Okay. So you will continue with that, is it?
Yeah, I'll continue. Not an
Ms.
issue.
Prathvi? Yeah.
Yes.
So I think we'll park this talk by Ms. Shivangi. It will be after the Living Atlas by Ms. Prathvi. So again, very interesting feature that Ms. Prathvi is going to be showing to all of us is about the Living Atlas. That is again a feature that helps us for data availability and just that you for the participants, you would be having the lidar data of few places or few areas of some stretches of the river, and around the river you may be having the data. But to give the solution, you may require some more data in the terms of layers that need to be put on top of it to make the solution more user friendly or more impactful. And for that, you could actually pay attention to this session, wherein this ArcGIS or ISRI has this Living Atlas of India, where you could actually leverage the data which is available. So over to Ms. Prithvi for Living Atlas of India.
Thank you, ma'am. I'm sharing my screen again. So
The
Living
video
Atlas.
is not visible. I'm not sure.
Yes.
Can anyone else? Oh, yeah.
Yeah, we can.
Yes.
So Living Atlas of India, it is an advancing ArcGIS rapidly. I mean, the data, when we talk about the data, there are many data, like big data, the real-time data coming from the mobile application, the content which we can be collect. I mean, there are a lot of data which can be ingest in one platform. And what if we can have all of this data at one place? So where you can understand the demographics, you can have the land cover, even the hydro based data, weather data. So all of this can be possible with ArcGIS Living Atlas of the World, where we have many of the data available. Let me directly show you the demo part of it. So this is ArcGIS Living Atlas of the World. And here we have like more than 700 plus data available for India specifically, and in various categories such as base maps, imageries, the boundaries, the people, like you can understand the population, housing data, income data, infrastructure data, the environmental components of it. So here, when I say this data is available, might be your solution is not required directly this, but this data can support your applications, your solutions, and this data is coming from authentic sources as the various other government department are providing this data. Few of the data is also been provided by ISRI and ISRI India as well. We have here a separate team here who works on this kind of application. So here you can see we have different versions of data available, and one of them is SDG India Index Goal 6, clean water and sanitation data, which I have already opened. And we frequently even update this data. So you can see in the description that this data has been curated by ISRI India from the given sources by SDGs. You can here see and understand the parameters of the data which has been included in this Living Atlas. And you can have the column visibility. You can understand the fields, key how this is been existing. Like you have the SDG index score, the percentage of blocks, even the administrative level information. And you can also understand the type of the data. You can also visualize it by having the visualization tab. So meanwhile it opens, I want to show you the river data we have for the India. Like we have almost 69 layers available which can be used for the rivers such as basins, sub basins, even the river names coming from India, Varis, watershed boundaries of India, and even few of the live stream gauges. So this is the information available for the river-based stream data. And there are few applications coming with the ArcGIS Living Atlas of the World, such as live feed status, which can be added in your application. Here, as you can see, I have current weather and wind station data. It is always, I mean, you can see what is the next update check from here, whether it's live or not. So this sort of data you can use and how you can use it. So here you can directly open it with the map viewer. You can have the scene viewer wherever you have the 3D application. You can directly open it with ArcGIS Pro. And if you have any development activities, you want to use the coding part of it, you can always have the URL and you can use it. So this is a few of the data layers. And here I have one more atlas available, which is the part of the Living Atlas application, but which just shows how, I mean, most common land use in areas with low protection. And you can have, I mean, you can open directly it in the map. You can add various other layers such as biodiversity hotspot or even the intactness index. So these are few of the layers you can directly open, add, play, and understand your scenario better. You can even save it, you can change the legends, you can understand the legends. So this is one of the atlas available in the living atlas. So what you have to do, you have to just need to go to ArcGIS living atlas, and wherever you have the home, you can see few of the applications are available, as this is part of the solution. You can directly jump into the blog part as well, where you can understand there are what's new coming up, and even the better stories, how you can use various data, and how people are actually using it. And I mean, you can understand whether you have to improve the mapping visualization in campus and life, or I mean, there are tips for cartographic policy mapping. So these are the blogs available, you can deep dive into it, and this is readily available. You can even search it by topics. So there are not many topics available. There are foundational products which can be explored from here, like enterprise, the online or ArcGIS Pro part of it. So this is one-stop solution to understand the layers, data, and as well as GIS, because here you have all the blogs part of it available. Like here you can see we have better breaks define your thematic maps purpose blog available, and here you can follow it and create your own maps, thematic layers. If you are new to this ArcGIS technology, you will get ample amount of literature available here in this living atlas part of it. And when we are talking about AI/ML components of Geo AI part, we also have readily available pre-trained model available, such as building footprint extractions, the land cover classification. So the beauty of this DLPK models are like you can just have to use this DLPK model, and you will be having the land use land classification for the Sentinel part of it. If you are new to this technology, again, I'm mentioning it, that the guide is available, and the step-by-step procedure is mentioning here, the recommendation, how to classify it, everything is mentioned in this literature part of it. And you can even understand what input is required, what will be the output, and because what sometimes what happened with the remote sensing or GIS, that there are their own symbology, that how to understand the buildings, how to understand the vegetation, how to understand the urban features of it. So everything is mentioned here, even for the data sets such as level 2A imagery or level 1C imagery. Everything is mentioned here. This is a precision recall F1 score, because every one of you are using the Python. I understand you also understand this terminologies. And this is something like a result will be. So this is our sample result, how it will be looks like. So these are the various classes of various part of the world where we have trained this model and we got the output. So this can be further used as a base. So what I'm trying to say here with this DLPK is that wherever you are required to get the information such as buildings, roads, vegetation covers, you can use these models directly, which is available for LiDAR, like tree point classification is available, and there are very 3D model available. Power line classification is here. So these are the models which can be used for different type of data, such as your vector data, raster data, 3D data, LiDAR data, and even you can have the text-based analysis done, NLP. I mean, and obviously it is there, so you can use it, and there are procedures written in it, so we can have it. And yeah, so this is not only the global one, but there are the models available for even India. So there are models specific to India as well, and these models work mostly with all type of condition. You need to somewhere required pre-processing of the raster data, but it is also mentioned in the user guide. So this is overall like more than 100 plus DLPKs available, and you can utilize it for your base layers such as land use land classification, or the canopy height estimation, or something which is can be support your analysis. So yeah, all of this can be used, and in our further sessions my colleagues will also show you that how they are also using the data from the living atlas for their supporting analysis, wherever they are using the desktop application or enterprise level applications. So this data can be ingest directly to pro, to enterprise, and these models can be utilized for the base layers. So thank you very much.
Thank you, Ms. Prithvi. Thank you for sharing the insight of live Atlas. And dear participants, I would like to mention that, you are free to ask questions in between the session. You could actually put the question in the chat and we will respond to all your queries today. The idea is to get convinced that you would be using this tool for designing your solution for the submitted idea. So it is required that if you have any queries, particularly, it may require, a few more interaction, but nevertheless, you can ask the questions so that you can actually get some more insights or the pointers to it before you leave the session towards the end of the day. In the chat box, Ms. Prithvi has put in the URL of Living Atlas, and you can actually click on it and note it down. As mentioned, what's the role of Living Atlas? What's the relevance of Living Atlas in hackathon? Is basically that it's improvement of the visualization or an greater insight of the analysis that you would be doing from the limited data that would be provided to you. I mean, I may not be sounding correct when I say limited data, because the data that you are going to get is really huge. But yes, the layer or the information that you could extract can be complemented by the data that is available from Living Atlas to make that solution more impactful, more user-friendly, and have a better representation in terms of infographics, right? So get onto it, and we look forward to be having some questions from the participants in this regard. We'll move on to the next session while this information is floated across to the participants. Again, would request your attention, my dear participants. Session on session, we are covering on the power of the ISRI tool, and particularly ArcGIS, the different aspects of it. We have our next speaker, who is Ms. Shivangi. So from the team history, I would need a go ahead. Probably this would be our last session by Ms. Shivangi before we break for the lunch. Is that okay?
Yes,
Yes.
ma'am. Yes, ma'am. That is
Okay,
fine.
yeah. It's
Thank
our
you so
pleasure
much,
to.
Dr. Madhuri, Dr. Manoj, for setting the context. So today
Yeah,
I'll be
yeah.
speaking
I let me just hand
mostly
it over to
about
you.
ArcGIS Living Atlas, the data which we get from ArcGIS Living Atlas using and Business Analyst, and then ArcGIS Pro, and I'll also be demonstrating some tools of
Ms. Shivangi,
yeah.
it's echoing. Your voice is echoing, Ms. Shivangi.
Okay. Is it better now?
Yes, absolutely. Yes, it's better.
Is it better?
Yes.
Okay, okay, great, great. Okay. So let me share my screen. So for today, I'll be talking about ArcGIS Business Analyst. Can you, are my slides visible?
Yes, it is in presenter view. Yeah, you may please proceed.
Okay, great. So now we heard about how like Pathway talked about ArcGIS Living Atlas and ArcGIS Living Atlas, all the input data sets that we received from ArcGIS Living Atlas. Now, when we build onto that, when we talk about how we can use all those data sets as input data for our further analysis, that's when talking about ArcGIS Pro, ArcGIS Business Analyst comes into picture. So firstly, I'll be talking about ArcGIS Business Analyst. So business analyst primarily helps you to make smarter data-driven decision for your businesses. So starting from if you want to locate or understand about your customer or the demography of the area you want to set up a new business in, then you can think about using business analyst. For example, you have an area, for example, let's select Mumbai, and then you want to do an estimation of what is the demographic of this region, what is the income, the household size, the dominating age range, then we think about ArcGIS business analyst. So the components of the business analyst includes demographic data, your analytic workflows, which helps you make a smart map and then create outputs in forms of reports and infographics. So basically, business analyst has three major applications, you could say. Your desktop application is basically for the GIS technical users who would be working on the backend to set up your geospatial workflows to help you deliver or derive the insights. The web app or the mobile app is more for someone who would be on the go. The mobile app is more popular for business users who need some quick and easy market analysis. For example, they're in a client meeting or if you're working on a web application, you could just do this online and, you know, behind on premises, for example, you could certainly go and do this. So when you have a business analyst workflow with you, you would think about wanting to use demographic data like total population, male, female population under a certain age, and projected population also, because you want to see how it works for your future. Average household size, average population density per square meter. So all of these factors can come together, and you can weigh these factors to create a sort of suitability analysis for your data set. For example, within your defined area of interest, how many shops are there, how many company offices, doctors, like, you know, hospitals are there. All of this can come together and help you with your business requirement. So just like I talked about my weighing and criteria giving, so you with that you could, you know, locate your opportunities and find areas that will meet your weighted criteria and understand demand and competition. So when you talk about, you know, analytical workflows using business analyst, you could, you know, measure potential demands. For example, this could be for a tier 2, tier 3 city. Like in the future, how can I place my product so that a tier 2 or tier 3 city can use that with time.
And finally, we can also generate like very compelling reports and infographics to share with other businesses, or, to generate a certain profile to, assess and customize this based on my needs. So that was like an overview of business analyst side of things, but I'm pretty sure that now you are more interested in knowing and understand how ArcGIS Pro and that is X-Ray's proprietary desktop software. So how this works and how we can get inside, like you know uh, inside this tools and analytics and various GIS workflows. So let's get into it, because I'm excited to show you some live demos using data sets from Living Atlas as well. So when we talk about ArcGIS Pro, it includes the whole sphere of cartography, visualization, digitizing, doing advanced data analytics, working with raster data sets, integrating artificial intelligence, automating your workflows, and customizing your GIS needs. So this is one software which helps you integrate it all together. So if I would like to give you a basic overview, and so our ArcGIS Pro is a 64-bit application with a contextual and intelligent interface. And when I use the word intelligent, I'll show you what I mean in the live demo. It will help you integrate your 2D, 3D workflows, allowing you to work with multiple maps, 2D and 3D scenes at once. It has more than 40 toolboxes with more than 2,000 geoprocessing tools to help you with getting the kind of GIS outputs that you wish for. So let's have a look at the ArcGIS ArcGIS interface. So I'll just end this slideshow and go to my ArcGIS software. Just a second. So here, what you're seeing is, are you able to see that? Okay, let me reshare my screen. Are you able to see my desktop application? So here, what we are seeing is the ArcGIS Pro desktop application. What you can see as soon as you enter the interface is this ribbon, some tabs where you can switch from project, map, insert, depending on your needs, some groups of tools, which again is is streamlined to the kind of activity that GIS activity that you want to do. Then the tools over here, these are the particular tools that you might want to work with. Then this is your active map view. So here you can work with your map. Here you have a set of base maps that you can, toggle with or play with depending on the need that you have. For example, if you're working with an imagery, then you can work with these kind of world imagery base maps. Or in case you're working with in a more local level, you want, street data, then you can use street-based maps, giving you more localized content. So on the side, we have our panes. Here is the content pane, which can be used for working with your layers. For example, here I have certain layers with me, so I can use the content pane to work with my layers. Here is the geoprocessing pane, my catalog pane, so that I can fetch my data from the Living Atlas portal or my software or my system itself from any folder that I want to specify. So here was an overview of like the interface, and I'll come back to it later to explain more about the tools. And another thing that I wanted to highlight is how you are working with multiple maps at once, right? So here you have an automated workflow designed within the single ArcGIS Pro project. Here you have a 3D scene that you are working with. I have layers from the Living Atlas, like 3D buildings to, support with my damage assessment, or maybe any kind of assessment on household sizes or point of interest data that I could use for knowing where certain locations are. So I think with this, I want to like go back to my presentation. Yeah, is my presentation visible?
Yes,
So,
yes, it is
yeah.
visible.
Okay, great. So like after now getting an idea of the interface, I hope that gave you some context about how the software is, how we can like see things within the software. Now, I wanted to give you some idea about the capabilities that you can explore within ArcGIS Pro. And for that, like I want to play a video. So please let me know in the next slide if you could hear the sound. Are you able to hear the sound?
No, sound is not audible. No, it's not audible.
Okay.
You have to check on the checkbox share sound. You'll get towards your extreme right panel.
Okay. Let me
Shares.
just see. Okay. Got it.
So why?
Yeah, I got it. Okay, sure.
Okay.
So is my screen visible?
It is visible, but it is not in slideshow mode. Yeah, now it is in slideshow mode. Now, if you can just play, then we can.
Sure.
ArcGIS Pro is the next generation of professional desktop GIS software. You can use ArcGIS Pro to create 2D and 3D maps, perform spatial analysis, enhance your analysis with artificial intelligence and machine learning, integrate and manage data, and process imagery.
You can also connect to a portal, enabling you to leverage the entire ArcGIS system and allowing you to access, publish, and share maps and other hosted services, both within your organization and online.
Using ArcGIS Pro, you can produce high-quality 2D and 3D maps to visualize your data and make it easy to understand. You can use context-sensitive cartography tools to create maps that emphasize important information, patterns, and relationships. There are hundreds of analysis and data science tools that help you identify patterns, make predictions, and answer complex questions. You can also use both built-in and third-party automation tools to improve the efficiency of analysis, editing, and data management workflows. With ArcGIS Pro, you can create geoprocessing models, configure tasks to guide people through repeatable workflows, use Python scripts, and if you have the R ArcGIS bridge, run R scripts. You can use ArcGIS Pro to manage all kinds of spatial data, including real-time data and big data. ArcGIS Pro also provides editing tools that let you manipulate your data, automate editing workflows, review data integrity and accuracy, edit data concurrently with other users, and more. For people that work with imagery, there are many tools that let you manage, analyze, and process imagery from a range of sources, including satellites, aircraft, drones, full motion video, elevation and LiDAR data, and more. With these tools, you can extract features from imagery, perform scientific analysis, and assess changes over time. You can use artificial intelligence algorithms to recognize and learn from complex patterns. so you can extract even more advanced insights from your geospatial data. ArcGIS Pro also integrates with machine learning frameworks and neural networks, as well as with modern AI hardware that you can deploy on premises and in the cloud. ArcGIS Pro works with your user identity when connecting to a portal to publish and share resources you create, and also to access maps, imagery, services, and other content available within your organization. You can add even more professional GIS capabilities to ArcGIS Pro with optional extensions. These extensions provide advanced tools in areas like 3D modeling and analysis, spatial analysis, image analysis, network analysis, workflow management, and data quality control. Thank you for watching. ArcGIS
Let me just reshare my screen.
We can see your screen. What is the analysis and geoprocessing? That part we can
Right.
see.
Right. So I think the video, helped us get like gauge into the capabilities of ArcGIS Pro. Like we saw about the extensions, like we got an idea that, we have different kind of extensions to work with different kind of data sets. Then we see that, we can do charts, mapping and analysis, like getting those data science workflows. For example, you want to detect outliers, so you can do those kind of analysis. You could detect patterns, do predictive kind of modeling to see what a forecast might be for the future. So now that we have an idea of the capabilities of what we can do, now let's look into it like in more in-depth way, and let's see how we can use these analysis tools to establish our GIS workflows. So what is analysis and geoprocessing? So basically, spatial analysis is basically having an input data set, applying some form of transformation into it, and get outputs which are spatial in nature. And when we talk about a geoprocessing, it is a suite of tools that helps us in our spatial analysis. So, for example, data management, conversion tools, spatial analysis, all of these come inside the bucket of, geoprocessing and the tools that it has to offer. So these are some of the capabilities that we talked about in an overview. Data engineering, we will talk about all of these in more depth in some time. Data engineering, visualization and exploration, spatial analysis, geo AI, big data analysis, modeling and scripting, and also sharing and collaboration. So when we talk about data engineering, it's a lot of us are working in data science and projects. We have one of the major tasks is data preparation, data validation, cleaning to make sure that there is integrity within our data. So these workflows, like within the data engineering tool, we can, we have built-in tools to clean, construct, integrate, and format our data. We can quickly and easily visualize our outliers, detect duplicates, so that these workflows help us see if the data is normally distributed or it's skewed in a certain direction. So a curated and contextual set of geoprocessing tool helps us in such workflows. Next, we have data visualization and exploration using charts. So it helps us understand patterns, because we see data in formats of texts and documents and Excel sheets, but that might not help us get so much clarity. So when we have that data in form of a chart, in form of a matrix chart, heat chart, scatter plot, it definitely helps us get more insights from the data. when we talk about analysis, we have, interactive analysis tool, we have model builder, which I had just given you a glimpse of earlier. So those things helps us automate our workflows. We have our inbuilt Python window, which helps us, leverage ArcPy to work in your Python workflows within ArcGIS Pro. We have raster functions, which is also a very exciting and important topic, because with just one single click, what might take you, minutes to minutes and hours to, streamline a workflow, starting from like mosaicing a data set to, doing your change detection workflows. We have inbuilt tools that with just one click, and by, giving your input parameters, you can derive your outputs very quickly and with accuracy. Let's talk about like editing as well. So 2D, 3D editing, editing your shape files, working with different data formats, modifying your feature, editing your vertices. All of this can be easily, accessible, and you can work with all of this very easily within the ArcGIS Pro. So again, I want to give you a quick demo of, analysis and geoprocessing and work in ArcGIS Pro. I would also give you an overview of the extensions with the toolboxes that we have. So yeah, let's go ahead. So now here we had seen the ArcGIS Pro user interface. And now let's look at another map. So firstly, I wanted to highlight this about how we can add different types of data. Work with your raster data, vector data, base maps, your CSV files that have your XY coordinates, hyperspectral data, multidimensional data, trajectory data, even route data that you want to create your services network services with. You can add data from path, for example, like what Prathvi had shown us earlier from Living Atlas, that there were services that we can fetch. So you can add that service directly here, and then you can work with data sets from Living Atlas. And now let me show you the tools and analysis that we can perform. So when we go to the analysis tab, we are met with a lot of tools and tabs. So history tab helps you gauge into like the history of tools that you have run during your project. Model builder is something that helps you automate your workflows. For example, here I have a model for finding dendritic terrains. Finding dendritic terrains. So once I give my input them, you don't have to go ahead and run your flow direction, flow accumulation, stream definition. All of this can be automated. And if you want to give your input file with like a lot of DEMs in it, your output will be easily generated and mosaiced. So this can be saved in the form of a tool as well. For example, so this tool, like this model builder tool, is actually this tool which helps you with the input them, output them. All of that comes together in a form of a tool which is easily executable, and you can set your parameters as per your convenience. Now let's go back to the geoprocessing tools. So here are the set of geoprocessing tools or extensions when we talk about them. So 3D analysis tools, ArcHydro tools, cartographic conversion, data management, data reviewer, GeoAI tools, multidimensional tools, which helps you work with your date and time aspect of the data. So just wanted to bring your attention to the 3D analyst tools. So 3D analyst tools has a lot of toolboxes built within this, right? So 3D working with your 3D features, 3D intersections, and then point cloud data. So this might definitely be of interest for you. You can easily input your point cloud data, and there are so many options that you can you can work with your data, do your transformations, do your classification of data based on pre-trained models, convert your data to tin, or create your DSMs, DTMs based on your convenience. And again, let me go. So this was like an overview of the tools or tool sets or analysis that you can work with your, work with your data. And here, when I had earlier spoken about ArcGIS being an intelligent and contextual software, you can see that um, I have two layers here. One is a DEM, which is a raster, and I have again a feature layer, right? So this is a feature layer. So when I click on the DEM, you can see that working with it directly clicks on this, it directly switches on this raster tab and imagery tab. These are the set of raster functions that we can apply to this layer itself to further convert this data. In case I have a optical imagery, I could just click on this function and get the NDVI indexes. So that is something that I wanted to highlight because it definitely makes your workflows less tedious and more quick. Again, if I click on this feature layer, the feature layer tab gets activated. You can again do a lot of continue working with your data, making it easy and quick, right? So let me go back to my presentation now. So again, the toolboxes that we had a glimpse of earlier. So the extensions could be mostly summarized in 3D analyst, network analyst, spatial analyst extension, image analyst extension, business analyst, and geostatistical analyst. Okay. Is it there now? Okay. So this is an example of the image analyst extension. We have deep learning, machine learning, image classification, suitability studies, hydrological and hydraulic modeling, etc. 3D analyst to work with your point cloud data, visibility analysis, volumetric analysis. When we talk about 3D analysis, we also have, our LIDAR data tools, which we can, we change our LIDAR data from statistics to raster, create DTMs or DSMs, remove the noise, classify by height, etc. We have our spatial analyst toolbox for our spatial workflows. For example, generating a density map, derive contour slope, view share aspect, perform mathematical algebraic, excuse me, and carry out, cell by cell analysis as well. Next, we have our geostatistical analyst extension, which helps us, to work with NCR spatial relationships, see data variability, look for unusual data values, examine global and local trends. Network analyst, basically when you have road layers and services to work with, you can work with vehicle routing problem, look for what your closest facility are, how you can go into the last mile for your deliveries. So next, I have ArcHydro, which is the last segment of this demonstration. So when we talk about ArcHydro, um, we actually work with both our, again, raster and vector data sets. And that is this extension or add-in basically is basically to work with your work for your water resource projects. So within the special analyst extension, you have this hydrology toolset, which firstly lets you work with your water like needs for like to derive a stream or find flow direction, flow accumulation. If you have a DEM with you, you can quickly run your operations of filling, flow distance, flow direction. And but when I talk about ArcHydro in specific, right, then these tool sets like create a do hydrologic and hydraulic modeling, then find your flow depths to see like where your flood depths to see where your inundation might be. Like there are tools such as height above nearest drainage, and this helps us model various flood height scenarios, helping us understand and estimate likely damage in case of a simulated flood environment, so that it helps us take preventive measures. So streamlining and automating workflows. I will again go back to ArcGIS Pro to show you quickly how you can streamline and automate GIS workflow within ArcGIS Pro. So I'm hoping you can see my ArcGIS screen again. So for example, I was talking about this tool earlier, which is so for this tool, the only input that I need is, my input DEM. The tool in very quickly identifies that, we need to find outputs for all this, like create our field, sing, raster, flow height, flow direction, flow accumulation. It will also specify the output location for all of these parameters, all of these input data. And then it gives us their outputs as such, like DEM, field sinks, flow direction maps, flow accumulation map, streams. Let me zoom in. Slope, and then, find a wetness index as well. So I think when we work with such tools, it helps us again automate our workflows. You can even, change or work with this, add your new parameters so that you can streamline them according to your needs. So just to give you an overview of other ArcHydro tools. So you can produce your hydrographs, you can work with hydrology lines, enable hydro ID, etc. So just to summarize, presentation. So just to summarize now, ArcGIS Pro can help you do all that. It can help you share your data layers, which we talked about earlier. We were working with Pro, but now you can share this into your portal, help sharing it with a friend so that they can carry on with your tasks. And if you want to get started with ArcGIS Pro, you're working with ArcMap earlier, you can easily import your projects. You can import your maps, layouts, even symbology, and get started with working in ArcGIS Pro. And for more resources, you can definitely check out Esri training. There are numerous resources on YouTube and Esri community books and developer resources so that you can carry on with your GIS workflows. That's all from my side. Thank you. If you have any questions, I would really like to address them. Thank you.
So, yeah, thank you, Ms. Shivangi. I think participants, the floor is open for you. If you have any questions, I understand that, if you haven't experienced ArcGIS, then this short presentation is definitely something which is going to overwhelm you, and it requires you to go and do a slow hands-on so that you get a hang of it and you get to experience the capability. But while you do so, we promise that we will be with you in case you are facing any issue or you have any queries. As we move on, we will also try to, because we will have to work with you, share the license, and then be with you as you move on to convert your idea into solution on this platform. So that is something that we will have the arrangement. But as of now, if there is something that you want to check on, then you can please let us know. There is a message posted by Ms. Prithvi for everyone about the product of our GIS Pro if you want to know the overview. And as it was mentioned during the presentation, the documentation is rich. If there is any help that you require, the online help is also very rich in nature. And so you should actually go in and go and read for the literature. Ms. Prithvi has been mentioning it all and over that if you go and look in for literature, you have ample, you name or you just talk about your theme where you want to really be working on, and it will give you a lot of case studies, lot of white papers, lot of overview of the tool capability. So that is something that you will have to do on your own to make your solution more attractive and feasible. Yeah, again, that training URL is also pasted in the chat box. You can actually pick those all URLs for yourself. We will try to do a small compilation of a page and let you all know as you get started with using this, as we move on with the stage of helping you out with the license, that 1 month license of this product. Thank you, Ms. Shivangi, for giving that insight. And thank you everyone from Team S3 for being there with us. As mentioned, we have just started our journey, and through the journey, we look onto you for the solutions so that our students can work seamlessly to make their solutions implementable. With that note, we break for lunch, and you all can stay here. We'll just be on mute and we join back at 1:30. Yeah, Ms. Tuti, we join back at 1:30.
Sure, ma'am.
Yeah, so yes, Team History, we will be back, and let's have our next sessions as we join back. Thank you, and stay connected to us, participants. Be here and back on the screen at 1:30. Bye. Thank you. Namaskar, everyone. Welcome back to the session post lunch. I can see your message in chat box. Samar, can you confirm if all your classmates are in?
Yes, ma'am, everyone is there.
Okay, thank you. Once again, warm welcome to Team Esri. I can see that the next speaker in the schedule is on screen, and welcome Ms. Neha. Can you hear me, Ms. Neha?
Hello, ma'am. Thank you. Thanks a lot.
Yeah, so dear participants, we have our next speaker, Ms. Neha Chirsagar, who is going to be talking about the ArcGIS Enterprise and the mobile GIS. Now, it's very, I would say, a session which is going to be talking about the app generation capability of ArcGIS. And so it makes sense for all of you to pay attention, because uh, many of the ideas that you have submitted is either going to culminate into a website or into an app. And so it is necessary for you to understand the capability that a software already provides to you, so that you are not in search of any other open source or any libraries which enables you to provide the solution or bring in the solution for the idea. So with that note, a warm welcome once again to Ms. Neha Chirsagar, Manager Pre-Sales of ISRI India, who will be talking on the topic ArcGIS Enterprise and Mobile GIS. Over to Ms. Neha. Thank you for joining.
Thank you, ma'am. I'm sharing my screen. I think we need to. Permission to share. Ma'am, yeah, will it be fine?
Yeah, I have stopped sharing. Please go ahead.
Thank you. Can you able to see my screen?
Yes.
Okay. Hello, everyone. This is Neha, and I'm just going to present you the topic regarding ArcGIS Enterprise and the field applications. So all you know about ArcGIS Pro from Shivangi's presentation, and I'm just going for the further values and just giving the enhanced things, which is related to ArcGIS Enterprise now. So for me, the Prath we have already explained regarding geographic information system, decisions, collaboration, insights, and all and all. Now we are just going to have a digital information, digitally, gone with the location intelligence criteria, faster efficiency, more realism, and all. So basically related to ArcGIS products, the one which enterprise provides, right? So which is solutions, applications, API integrations, and many more components. So here you can see particular projects and project values and the products, which is related to ArcGIS Pro, ArcGIS Enterprise, ArcGIS Online, devices, mobile apps, and individual all things. Here you will have the open platforms which ArcGIS actually use, which is API integration, standard values, open data adding, and all. So whatever the things which users want, and even the students, which is related to, students can use for research and all. They can use a platform for, imagery analysis, field application, customization, configuration, using for the 3D visualization, analysis, and many more. Like this, you can have the information related to ArcGIS Pro and the capabilities like editing, mapping, visualization, sharing the data, and the portal to portal collaborations means one of the organization can connect with the other organization and to share the data, have the collaborative efforts, have machine learning approaches and all. There are multiple things which you can use it. So there are multiple extensions which we have according to the usability of users. So, example, when it comes to research, so people should need to have a, spatial analyst tools. When it comes to innovations and LiDAR analysis now, so we already have a 3D analyst tools which show the point cloud, large format, LiDAR analysis, and the data interoperabilities and all. For image analysis, we have multiple tools which are actually just shown in a screen like deep learning algorithms, AI ML, suitability analysis, hydrological modeling for river analysis, multidimensional analysis, change detection. So for showing the data over the period of time of decadal analysis, like 10 years duration, 20 years duration, how the area is actually enhancing and improving over the period of time. So these things you can actually see it in one glance. For me, I'm directly going to enterprise version of this. This is like the cloud premises. So example, I am in ISRI. I am actually working here. I'm just, delivering a lecture to in in online platform. I'm just clicking on one of the link and it will actually just use as global values like the one. It's just one link click and you can use it multiple times. You can actually edit it in multiple times. Multiple people can use it in versioning values and also it's a collaborative efforts. You can use it in enterprise. Like even if you want to, publish your data, even you need to create some Python scripts and also customization, configuration, sharing, collaboration, analytical values and developments. Everything can be done in ArcGIS Enterprise. So I'll go to the hub sites even. Hub sites is the collective values of all the applications like surveying, dashboards, real-time monitoring, team management, weaving, organizational setups. So example, if I just want, if the user wanted to share the data for global perspective, like all over the India, so they can actually just use it for the public shareability. If we want to go with this, department centric, like only the data should be shared on department values. So it will be department centric only. So like this website can be shared accordingly. So like dashboards, even it shows the multiple real-time values. So I'll actually give it a glance of dashboard even. Story maps, like the one which shows the narrative of the data, like how the things are actually flowing. Ready to use application, field apps and all. So further ado, I'll just go to one of the thing for river modeling. So like this, because our main hackathon is riverathon, right? So I'll go with one of the flooding and the stimulation value of the floods. So like this, I'm just clicking on run. You can see the information related to the impact and the inundated area stimulation of the riverine stage like this. So here you can even configure the details. If I want to, make the river as, for the precipitation of 1 hour or the rainfall rates, evapotranspirations and all. So basically configuration, I have just shared the data. I'll show the sharing process even, and it will actually go to the enterprise values. Like this. So it's like this. We can just, change our things. We can just go the analysis, export the data, export the results. It will give you the direct outcomes related to water depth, water velocities and all. I'm just closing it for the stimulation layer and we'll open one of the beautiful samples as the scene and the values. So here the one which Shivangi have explained related to dendritic tail. So I have the outcomes for the 2-meter resolution dam from accumulation, flow direction, flow distance, hydrological values and all to create the flood depth information like this. So whatever the data is, like the high resolution data, Sentinel-1, Sentinel-2, coarser resolution data, or it will be a drone data, or it will be a LiDAR data, or it will be a point clouds. So our platform have the capability to cater everything in one glance like this, and it will actually give you the information related to all the parameters in one sec. And I've just shown you the scene values. So example, I'll just go to one of the Here you will get the info related to the riverine parameters, the custom application and the configurable values. If it comes to, once again, maybe, can you able to see my screen?
Yes, yes. You should
Yes. Hello. Would you able to see my pro demonstration, ArcGIS Pro demonstration?
Yeah, but your screen is now not on slide mode.
Will you able to see it now?
Yes, yes.
Yeah. So currently I've just shared the information related to the creation of hydrological parameters in one glance. So our platform has actually have a capability to actually show everything in one glance. And the flood depth, raster, flood accumulations, and everything. So I'll directly go to one of the details related to point cloud. So basically, you can see like the particular hackathon is actually showing the capability of using LiDAR values even. So this data is LiDAR, and the code is point cloud code, and it's like the custom codes, and it shows the capability of using JavaScript application and JavaScript API 4.x in ArcGIS platform even. So you can see the elevation, classification, and all the point cloud generation here. This is the river and the tower values and all. So beautiful things we can show it in LiDAR. So visualization for the point clouds, Going to the back. When it comes to river and when it comes to flooding situation, we need to figure out the impact assessment or the buildings or the other infrastructural parameters which are related or which are nearby scenarios. What I'll do, I'll just, draw the line which shows the center line of river I'm saying like this. And I'm giving the information related to flooding situation. When it comes to flood, the flood depth, the one which I've just shown you like this. So when it comes to flood, that particular drainage and the riverine area and the nearby vicinity will get impacted. So similar situation will be like this. I'm giving the information is like the nearby situation, like 500-meter area will get impacted. So here you'll get the two info in one glance. So basically you cannot construct, like there is a provision where you should not construct infrastructure or even the river, other water details or even the urban structures, within a vicinity of 500 meters like this. Or the second things which I can show as an interesting thing, like I can show the impacted areas even, impacted buildings, impacted infrastructure in one glass. So like this. What I did, I've just, created a center line of the riverine areas and I'm creating the buffer zonation. So within this duration of buffer zonation, it just, one line code within a duration of 130-meter range or even 140-meter. It will directly show the intersected buffer, the infrastructure area which will get impacted accordingly. Like this. Isn't it interesting? I'll actually move to enterprise even. So basically this will be the custom code Here you can see the network analysis one. So for students, they are actually, interested in creating a code, samples, JavaScript applications and all. So these things will be fascinating for them even for the impact assessment in one glance. I'll move to enterprise. The one which I've just shown you in capability values of field data collection and the enterprise. I'll just go to one of these things and we'll move to the Riverine dashboards and all. Here you can get the information related to the enterprise solutions which we can provide. So here you will get applications and all the licenses present in one glance. So you will get the user credentials, user IDs, and all the applications which are present. You can actually just see the organizational data here. Clicking on the organization, you will get the latest published details and the application members and the viewers and all. Example, if I'm just viewing it and opening my own credentials, my own name as Neha, and I'm just opening it, and I can just open my profile. An enterprise, you can see all the applications and all the data which I have published on day-to-day basis. Also, I can see the licenses available for me like this. So essential applications, field app, the office applications, the multiple things which you can get it like, and we can actually curate it and create it. I'll move to field app, which is interesting topic as mobile apps like this. So the key capability of ArcGIS Field App is like offline and online data collection, real-time collaboration. So example, I'm seeing here and you are at the field. And if you wanted to share information on the real-time, inspection of the dam or even riverine areas or the flooding situations, you just need to go to the particular location, click on the GPS location and just click on, share your survey data. And it will directly display on my dashboards for the real-time collaboration values. You can even create custom forms, workflow analysis, integrations, and all. Information you can get like this. Just click on the link, you will get information. Like this. It will directly show to the particular details like the field apps. All the field apps which are present here, we can see it. So I'll give you this links even for informations and even, further collaboration and further analysis even. Understanding of the field apps which shows when it comes to, when surveyor or, supervisor wanted to, communicate with their workers or even department heads wanted to, communicate with their students. So they can actually use it for the workforce, like the data is into the values or not, or even they wanted to add it or not. Collaborative values, you can get like the multiple applications which are there for the survey, where you can get information. So when it comes to field apps, so, so when user wanted to collect the data and edit it, if they wanted to go with offline connectivity and navigation and asset tracking, like asset is like example, you are, when students are going to field and they are just collecting an asset details. So they can actually go with navigation asset tracking using field apps. Surveyors, okay, survey 123 is, powerful app for the data collection, collaboration, accuracies, and inspections. So here you can just take the QR code and I'll actually give you the real-time monitoring and mapping of the survey. For the workforce, I have just shown you workforce is like for the tracking and monitoring of the survey for the real-time monitoring mapping. So when the department head wanted to, communicate with their students or the students, the students unions and all, they can use it as the workforce managers. Quick capture is like just quick. The name is quick capture. Click the photographs, show the data. It will directly publish in application. It will directly show it on your dashboards, maps, and real-time maps. Navigators are there. So there are plenty of applications for the field apps and mobile apps. So where to use this application? When it comes to real-time mapping, you can use field maps. When it comes to turn-by-turn navigations and GPS monitoring, GPS-based routing and all, you can use Navigator. When it comes to structural form-based surveys and all, you can go with Survey 123, online, offline capabilities and all. When you just don't have time and you just need to click photographs and just show the data, you just use quick captures. The name itself shows the quick captures. When it comes to one tap solutions and all, you can go with tracking and monitoring is assignment values and all. Like you can go with workforce and all like this. So I'll directly give you one QR code to show, the real-time monitoring and mapping. Yes, ma'am. 1 second. I'm just giving you one QR code of the application, and will actually explain you regarding Survey 123 assistant even. So here you can just QR and published. What I've clicked. Stuti is sharing a QR code where you can just, give us a feedback of this riverathon, because this riverathon actually stands for river monitoring, mapping, and whatever the things which is related to LIDAR and all. So I'm just giving you one glance related to the survey assistance. So using AI/ML, you can directly create the feedback application or anything which is on one command values like a chat GPT. So I have shared the QR code with everyone in the chat box. Just scan the QR code and just write the feedback, whatever the things which you want. Click the photographs and we'll directly show it on dashboard in one glance, like the real-time monitoring and mapping. So I'm just switching on the you switch on the mic. So I'm adding to Neha's point. So Survey 123 is our mobile application that is provided by
Uh, Ms. Tuti and Ms. Neha, can you once again repeat what is expected to be done by the participants? Like they can scan the QR code and then.
Okay. Yeah, Neha, please.
Okay, so I'll show how to create it even.
I'm just adding to Neha. Your mic is on, right? So I'm requesting each and every participant that you just scan this QR code. This is like prerequisite of this is that I'm explaining about the RGIS mobile application Survey 23. I will explain that what to do with the QR code later. Just give me a minute to explain what is Survey 123. So this is a Survey 123 is a mobile application provided with the enterprise version.
So dear participants, you are requested to kindly do a hands-on, it's almost like a hands-on activity that Ms. Neha and Ms. Tuti are trying to facilitate. Once you do this scanning of QR code and enter the data, probably that will be seen online, they are going to demonstrate that. Yeah, Abhishek, I can see your hands going up. You have any query? Abhishek Sahare, you can actually unmute yourself and ask the question.
I think it is.
Uh, uh,
Hello, can you able to hear us now? There was a technical, glitch here.
Yeah, so I was explaining that one of the advantage of this application, it even works in the offline mode. When you are in a remote area and you have to do some survey work, you can get the data from the field, put it on your mobile application, submit it, and we will get the real time or near real time dashboard ready with that data whenever you come in the network connectivity zone. So this is the beauty. And one another advantage of ArcGIS mobile application Survey 123 or the field map is that you can just create it by just configuration. And another what recently we have done, you just give a prompt to the AI assistant of this mobile application. So Neha is going to demonstrate that. Just you have to give a prompt that you have to create mobile application for survey of Ganga river water quality. It will give all the parameters readily available on the mobile application. You just have to click publish and it will be published. So Neha, if you can demonstrate this.
Okay, now just check it. It's ArcGIS Survey 123 Assistance, which is LLM, like large language model. So I'll just click on continue and I'm just giving a prompt. So I'm just giving a prompt. Okay. Can you please create a survey for river rejuvenation? Okay. I've just clicked on enter. It's creating and it's actually, taking the language which I've used and it's creating a survey like this. How often you visit the river and like exactly typical values, activities and all like this. Multiple questions which are directly and indirectly related to river rejuvenation. It will directly generate for me like this. A basic simple questions and it will create a survey. I'm just hitting on generate. And it's taking a second of time and it will generate a survey for me in one glance like this. So, and if you just further wanted to, modify it, you can just do it like this. If you wanted to add some details or some other questions which are not added from the AI perspective, you can add it from your side even like this. There are multiple things which you can add: audio, video, captures, and signatures, values for file data uploads. Like if you want to, document the data and all that, you can even use it. So after publishing it like this, I have just need to publish it. So my river rejuvenation survey will be published in 1 minute at least. Isn't it interesting? Like students will actually get, few time to create their assignments and, their surveying and, the field works and all. They can directly go to the particular riverine area. They can just, create the survey in 1 second, one glance, and just publish it and show it to the department in, and the department will directly check the details in in real-time monitoring scenarios.
So adding to Neha, like if you are having this mobile application with you, you just have to like we have created this mobile application, I think in 3-4 minutes.
Yeah.
And you can give to your teammates, to any person who is going to have survey. He or she can download it from some Play Store or Apple Store, and you can do the survey and get the data from the field in a real time or a near real time basis. So this is the beauty and like SOP of this mobile application Survey 123 app.
Add on to this example, when the surveyor is offline, example, when you are into the forest range or some flooding situation where internet is not present, right? You just need to add your survey And whenever you are into sync, means when you will get the internet, it will directly display on your, it will sync to our portal in enterprise, and it will directly display to our network. No, the dashboard will be shown here. So I can just, it's already published. Like this QR code, you can use it. And second, I'm just downloading the QR code. I'm just naming it. Currently, it's Untitled Survey because I've directly created it from scratch. Like this. Changing the name, it's that easy. It's actually easy to get the info. And it's updating the name. I'll now save it, publish it again. Not needed, but I'm just publishing it again, just updated values. And the same QR code, you can use it. So even if I'm modifying my details, so you don't need to duplicately share all the data and all. You can just use it in one glance as the same value. Survey link is there, and even you can just download this QR code and use it. So river rejuvenation survey. Currently, it's just limited to me because you said like whatever the things which I've created, it's just limited to me. I share it to public like this. I'm just, sharing it to public, like people can directly check it and use it. Similar stage, I've given the feedback QR code, the one Suti have shared. You can just, click the survey form and just, use your scanner, the one which your photograph scanner is there, and just publish the surveys. Use it, and submit the survey. I'm just making this as public shareable. Like the demonstration which I'm creating for you. Like this public data collection. That's all. Going back. I'm just making the survey public for all. The one which I've just created. It hardly taking me 2 to 3 minutes. I don't know, but yeah, because I'm just showing the functionality. So things has been public and I'm just everyone. And the dashboard should be, public to all. People can even see their own photographs even after adding the data. So I'll directly give you the QR code, the one which I've just downloaded. Otherwise, I'll download it again. Second, river rejuvenation survey, the one which we have just created. I'm downloading this one and sharing with you guys, you students, all the participants can able to see it in chat. Hope you can able to see it.
Yeah, now we are able to see it. Yes, yes.
Okay. And feedback form also we'll share it. Okay, I wanted to show the real-time monitoring and mapping even. 1 second. This is feedback for river rejuvenation, revival, and restoration. Application. Yeah, 1 second. I'm giving you the link of dashboard even. Okay. So even I'm checking how many people has been, have added the survey now. I'm just refreshing it. Previously, whatever the things has been tested. Ta-da! 6 people has actually shared it. And whoever have shared, they are able to see the photographs even. They didn't added it. I would request you to add the photographs. We can directly show in a public platform.
Yeah, so we have received from 6 and what are the locations, if you can drill down to that.
Yeah, of course. So who have actually, added the survey, that so we can get the infos even if they have added the names and all. So see, ma'am, we have you on full screen now.
And that is the bad part. Actually, we should have had someone else there, right?
Yes,
So participants,
all the participants are requested to add the survey so that
yes.
they can actually have a public glance even. And I'm giving you this link of dashboard. So further you can check it and people can even figure out which particular topic they liked it on, which the one whatever the things which we have shown, and the like sorry, the topics and the sessions which we are given, so what exactly things they like and they are satisfied or not and all, so they can even see it in one glance here. I'm just giving the link for participant for the dashboard link. It's a real-time monitoring. Yeah, that's all. So I'm just hoping participants to get the, sorry, my voice is getting break. Still 6. Oh, me. It's a real-time one, basically. So similar search you can do it for, when it comes to surveying and when you wanted to go to the field and just, capture the data and see it in one glance. So example, this may be a department. Example, me as a department, I'm just checking the data has been added on real-time basis. Just click your photographs and we'll just show you things like I'm refreshing it again. Yeah, it's still 6. Yeah,
Neha,
good.
I think someone has raised a hand.
Okay.
Sanjay Safi, if you have any query,
Yes.
then yeah, Sanjay, please go ahead.
Hello. Hello, Neha.
Yeah, go ahead.
So it's good to see that
I lost
do
your
we have
voice.
some components where LLM is being used for?
I'm actually not getting your voice properly.
Hello, is it? Am I audible now?
LLM.
Yeah, LLM.
Hello. Am I
Hello.
audible now?
Yeah, you
Yes,
are
yes,
audible.
you are audible.
Yeah. Okay. So hi, I am Sanjay. I am a research scholar at IIT Bombay.
Mhm.
So it's good to see LLM being used for form-based surveys.
Yeah.
But do you have a component where LLM is being used for some geospatial analysis?
Yeah, there are multiple things which we are using and for where we are using LLM. So basically, there are geo AIs, like the one which team we have for research and development. So it will be a comprehensive team for research and development, which is actually creating tools for LLM only. So large language model, multiple things like, once again, maybe I can patch, or you can just see your Geo AI team. I'm just searching here.
Maybe you can showcase some tools regarding.
Currently,
Like on building footprint
Yeah,
section we
okay.
have on Living Atlas. Yeah. So we have lot of hi Sanjay, I'm Stuti from ISRI. So we have lot of tools on AI and which are using LLM and other models. So on Living Atlas we have templates and models for building footprint extraction, then pothole detection, rooftop of card identification. Lot of things have been like ready to use templates and models are already there which are pre-trained, and if we increase the sample size, we will get
more accuracy. So Neha is going to show some of those.
See, I have just clicked on livingatlas.arcgis.com. I'm sharing you the link even. You just need to go here, click on browse, and I'm just opening the DLPK, deep learning package. Like filter of deep learning package, and you will get plenty of packages which are present here. Like this. The building footprint, river extraction, so water extraction, oil spill detection, segmentation, object-based analysis, feature extraction, multiple things are there. And our GeoAI team is actually working on it and will actually give you the beautiful infos even. Otherwise, you can see this prompt is just type tool. Item type is deep learning package. That's all. Otherwise, basic thing is just go browse and filter to deep learning package. That's all. You will get info related to all the packages which are present.
So we hope you got your answer, Mr. Sanjay.
Yes, thank you. I'll go and explore. Thank you.
Yeah.
Our pleasure. Neha?
Okay, I'm done with my session for enterprise and field apps. Do you have something to ask or questions or any? I'm happy to answer your questions. I know it's vast and I know it's actually time-taking process. And after lunch, it's too difficult to grasp even. An enterprise is huge actually. It actually requires 4 to 5 hours to have a detailed analysis and detailed description of each apps and all. So field app actually I gone through a basic things. If you want, I'll go with deeper volumes even. That depends.
So I think you are very correct, Ms. Neha. Thank you for taking, or I will say, just focusing on few of the capabilities and trying to showcase to the audience that there are several possibilities that our GIS as such would it presents. Now it is up to the participants to take advantage of it. From here, we will move on to the next speaker for the day, Ms. Prathvi. We already had her in morning session as well. Now we'll move on, and important session, I should say, is once again would request the attention of the participant. As we have seen, there are several ideas. If I am not exaggerating, then at least 80% of the ideas which has mentioned about using AI, ML, and next gen technology for providing the solution for the challenges that exist in the river management. So for all those participants, I think this session is going to be very, very relevant, and it will give you an insight into what capability can be explored and can be taken up from the ArcGIS assets. So what are the toolboxes and the capability that are available already in ArcGIS? And that's the session on geospatial artificial intelligence, which Ms. Prithvi would be taking. Once again, thank you, Ms. Prithvi, for joining us and really outlining these important topics from Living Atlas. Now we will move on to GeoAI to hear from you. Over to you, Ms. Prithvi.
Thank you. Thank you, Dr. Madhuri. and Dr. Manoj Pandey once again for this opportunity. It's actually an era of AI, as there are a lot of opportunities available. We are towards the AI automation, and I would also like to mention that after my master's in geomatics, I was keen towards the role of data scientist, and here in ISRI, I have explored it. And after some time, I realized AI is so much important that I have done my I have done my executive PG from Triple IT Bangalore, and currently I'm pursuing my second master's in artificial intelligence and machine learning from LJMU, UK, uh, with association of Upgrade. So I think artificial intelligence is so important nowadays that we have to understand it, and without wasting a lot of time, I think I should share my screen. So I'm sharing my screen. Please let me know once it is visible to everyone. So as I was mentioning in the morning session, that how location is important, how the location can relate with so many things, and with Geo AI, we are associating the location information with AI. So wherever the location, I mean the geospatial component coming with AI, with association of AI, we called it GeoAI, Geospatial Artificial Intelligence. With help of GeoAI, we can not only see the information and use it to read, such as the entity extraction, text classification, LLM integrations, and we can also learn certain things with help of GeoAI Studio available. Then there are GeoAI toolboxes available. And here, when we are talking about GeoAI, ArcGIS provides us the capability to do the coding, as well as there are tools available where the no code can be also applied. So with the help of GeoAI, we can analyze. We can also have generative AI sort of chat box available with help of geospatial intelligence. We can create point cloud based solution where we can use the classification, the detection. We can also cancel the noise. So Geo AI provide this many things. And for the base layer, such as building footprints, the solar detection, sort of things can be done with help of our object detection, or even the object tracking tools available with ArcGIS. So here, as Ms. Neha, as well as I have mentioned in the morning session, that Living Atlas provides few pre-trained model which is available with help of just a search of DLPK, and you can have all of this pre-trained model available. You can use the even readily available model, which is segment anything model, and you can literally have everything which can detect, and it will resolve, I mean the solving problem. Most of the time the accuracy of the global model is almost 70 to 80 percentage on the local scenes like India, and building footprint extraction and such a specific dedicated object where we require the Indian scenario to be considered. We have even Indian models available which have the accuracy almost like 80 to 90 percentage, and which can be further trained and can be accurate with help of other your own customized model. So with Geo AI, you can have almost everything for your raster, vector, 3D, LiDAR sort of thing. And with ArcGIS get enhanced with AI. So we also have the advancing scenarios where we have 100 plus models, open and extended. Even it is like secure and trustworthy. You have just seen one of the example where we are creating the mobile application with help of AI assistant, and similarly, there are models available which can make the life easier. So, talking about building blocks of today's AI, there are generative AI, there are pre-trained models, and I mean transformer architecture. So here, when we are talking about the transformer architecture, it is actually transforming from the traditional one. The pre-trained models are one of the most important building block for any kind of solution we are required, where we are using the object detection, classification, pixel classification. This sort of things can be possible. And the generative AI, of course, because it is already generating such an important information which was not part of there, and it is the bridging of our technology. So when we are talking about the geo AI, it is not only about the GIS tools, but this advanced GIS tools which can be helpful for the videos, 3Ds, the existing the text information. Because whenever we are using the NLP models, we have lot of information available in form of documents, in form of PDF, in form of Excels, and we can directly import this data and grab the instruction. We can have the entity extraction out of it. The text transformation can be possible, and even the translations possible. Like we have one application available which is in certain language, and we can directly translate it with help of our models. So it might be in Hindi or any other lipi. We can change it to whatever language it required for a whole application. So this sort of things we can do it. And regression are most traditional way to understand the data. It is possible with ArcGIS. We have multiple models available for the regression. So this is like whenever you have even the videos and everything, this is possible in like even with the Python, with only Python you can do it. Certain class, I mean certain analysis from what I have mentioned here. But with location, it provide one another lens which solves the problem in a very accurate manner, because you have the information of the location. So moving forward to how AI/ML in ArcGIS today. So there are a lot of data type, data bundle we are offering, where you have even the text oriented imagery, because nowadays 360 viewers are available, 360 data is available. And with oriented imagery, or even with the capturing the 360 video, you can extract the information out of it, motion imageries, and even the LiDAR. And there are even bathymetric data where we are applying this GIS. There are, of course, the satellite imageries and feature attachments can be possible with the AI/ML. And not only the ArcGIS toolbox, but we are also using various other libraries. So, such as Pandas, Keras, even the explainable AI, fast AI, everything is possible. ArcPy is separately there, and we also have the combined version of Python plus R programming, which we call ArcGIS R Bridge. So there you can apply both of this language together. Somewhere there are conversation like which is better, I mean the R programming or Python. But there are certain use cases where you can use and combine the power of R programming as well as the Python. There this ArcGIS R bridge comes in the picture, and you can use both the languages. Even there are tasks such as the pixel classification, the prediction and classification, point cloud classification, tracking, super resolution. There are use cases where we use AI/ML, GeoAI for the super resolution, where we have a very limited availability of the resolution, and with help of AI, we improve the resolution as well. So these are the tasks. And there are, of course, the integration with Pro, Notebook, ArcGIS Server. As my colleague previously mentioned, Ms. Shivangi, that ArcGIS Pro is now a connected desktop which connects the mobile GIS, web GIS, desktop GIS, and even the programming part so smoothly that it becomes one application at a time. And with lot of APIs such as Python, JavaScript, Java, and HTML, CSS, everything is available on developer solution part of it, where you can integrate everything and enhance your capability of the solution. So ArcGIS works as a multi-int workbench. Even with the there are capabilities with help of modern concepts such as branch versioning. You can have the excess of the data, one data such as shared in the river-a-thon, that the LiDAR data is now with the university, but different people can have their different versions. And once the university or NMCG approve the correct data, can be further be there in the system. So this way everyone has their own version, but after a certain time this integration of the actual information comes, and the actual data can be used. So here the ArcGIS has the capabilities which even amplify the GIS capabilities with the AI, and the geospatial infrastructure can make the solution further better. And when we are talking about the deep learning concepts in ArcGIS, here we have a simple workflow for the pre-trained model where we have the images available. And once we have the images, we can even label. I mean, we don't need to label, prepare the data, or train the model, and then further do to inferencing. But with the pre-trained model, we can skip this few of the steps and directly have the inferencings, and with help of that, we can focus further on analysis to derive the insights. We can also move to the field mobility or monitoring or create the decision support system. So you just need to have one image, and further with help of pre-trained model, you can do the inferencing, and then of course you have the information, you can post process it. So this pre-trained part actually I mean, reduce the steps for uses of the solution. So it will save your time. And these are a few of the mentioned pre-trained GeoAI model, which we are talking, I mean, since the morning. So these are a few of the machine learning based GIS tools in the ArcGIS, like classification, for the clustering, for the prediction, we have time series AI, which is a new tool. And then there are GWR, which is our geographical weighted regression. There are aerial interpretation, and there are multi-geographically weighted regression as well available. So I would like to like you all to search and read about it. There are few most important concepts from point of view to AI, and there are project-based workflows where you have to prepare the training data, training model, and run inferencing. So this all can be possible with the combination of Deep Learning Studio and with the ArcGIS Enterprise, which will have the image server. So this is something which is, I mean, about the product. So I'll not further take more time on it. And when we are talking about end-to-end geospatial AI system, we have the data access. You can also have the data from the Living Atlas. You can prepare the data. The data labeling is also part of our ArcGIS Pro part of it. Then once you are done with it, you can train the model. And once it is done, you can deploy models to the production. Then this, I mean, you can use these models and run the inferences at your scale and take the actions. So this is our GeoAI system. I mean, end-to-end GIS system available with ArcGIS. And these are the few examples. I mean, you can see the dashboards, the CCTV integrations, how the data is coming in real time. And there are like lakhs of data coming to this dashboards every day. This is real time, and making AI more approachable as it solves the one more part of it, that how is connected with the AI. So the GIS provides this all models available. There are open models as well available, like GPT, TextSem, SEM, the Prithvi models. Hugging Face is also connected with the ArcGIS. So whenever there are updates, it updates everything. You do not need to build the libraries for it. All the libraries are updated with the versions of ArcGIS. So that is there. So these are the few of the task specific pre-trained models, and there are generalized pre-trained models. So on my left, you can see the building footprint detection or water body extraction from the SAR, or land cover classification or car detection are the task specific pre-trained models available, which is definitely differentiators for applications, accuracy, data types or task or size, or even basis on the domain or fine tunable. But there are also models available based on the generalized pre-trained model, such as you can use the SEM model or text SEM models, which can also detect the planes, ships, and red cars. I mean, there are models available which can segment anything. So these are two concepts. Otherwise, we have the prompt based. These are the segmentation models based on the availability. Like for the objects, you can use a SEM. For the generative AI based or point of view to that, you can use text SEM. You have to write uh, the the object you want to detect, and based on your submission, it will detect the object. Even there are prompt based segmentation models. Based on your prompt, it actually segment everything. So there are, I mean, key differentiations of prompt based, text based models we have. So GeoAI is also available with imagery and 3D. My colleague Ms. Manjusha will detail down the capabilities of ArcGIS for imagery, and she will also touch upon few of the use cases which are available for the India level. And yeah, so this is one of the uh, use case we can say available from the point of view to point classification, where we are using the object detection deep learning model for the cloud, point cloud, using the trained model. And you can see we have classified few of the object with help of the model. So this is one of the thing. I mean, and for the government urban mapping agencies, where they are all using this sort of models, they are actually using the human detection or animal detection in the field of government point of view. And yeah, there are a few more examples for agriculture or forestry based, where we are detecting the gap, we are having the disease detection, agriculture field delineation, irrigation system. This all can be possible with the ArcGIS. Even the utilities where we are using the AI. So this is, I mean, at one point of stage, it is connecting the information with location, and using it, we are creating powerful solution. So there are pre-trained model available. We have talked much about it. You just need to use it. The ArcGIS API for Python is coming anyways, tagged along with the ArcGIS. There are notebooks available with the ArcGIS Pro, and you can simply have it and you can use it and you can have all of it. So I think this is all from my end. Thank you very much for listening to me. If there are any questions, we can surely have few. As I understand, most of the people having knowledge of Python and AI here. So if there are questions, you are welcome.
Thank you, Ms. Prithvi. Any questions from participant? So, okay. Thank you so much. A crisp presentation on the GeoAI and the capabilities in terms of image classification, prediction, change detection, land use change detection. Plus, also you showcase very quickly the application of these tools in water and environment. Along with that, the living atlas and the pre-trained models that are present. So, and the Prithvi model that you just introduced the participant to. In the chat box, there is this URL where you can go and look at GeoAI overview from where you can extract the information as presented by Ms. Prathvi. And looking for, I think this is a very apt tool that you can leverage for your solution. Thank you, and we'll definitely stay in touch and take your guidance further as our participants choose this platform for developing their solution. We have our next speaker ready here on the screen, Mr. Tejas Kapoor. Thank you so much, Mr. Tejas, for joining us this afternoon. So glad to have you. Disaster management is one of our important theme in Riverathon, and if I am not wrong, and I remember it well from the first presentation of our director regarding the data of how many submissions are there across the theme, the largest of it was in disaster management theme. So this is a perfect topic that will give our students the view of what is the capability of ArcGIS in terms of addressing this theme of disaster management. So Mr. Tejas Kapoor, who is Senior Engineer Pre-Sales at ISRI India, will brief us about disaster management with ArcGIS. Thank you, Mr. Tejas, and over to you.
Thank you, Dr. Madhuri. Thank you, Dr. Madhuri and Dr. Manoj for having me. I'll share my screen. Firstly, I'm quite happy to be here, and it's a privilege to present amongst the people of academia. And I'll start my presentation. Just confirm if my screen is visible. Is my screen visible?
Not yet.
I hope my screen is visible now.
Yes, now it is. You just need to put it in slideshow mode. Yes, perfect.
Okay. So firstly, I want this session to be interactive in nature because we've all had lunch now and we are most often lazy at this point of our. So if we keep it interactive, if you have any questions to what all I have to, showcase, I'll be happy. So basically, year on year, we face multiple disasters. And majorly in these disasters, there is something common. The common nature is that wherever there is any disaster, there is an incident like where, which, where should is a common parameter. This basically means all disasters are spatial in nature. So we should understand where are the incidents that have happened, which are the areas which are vulnerable, how many people are going to be affected if a particular area is impacted, and how can we mitigate these risks. And here, GIS obviously plays a pivotal role. So what is basically a challenge in these situations? The challenge is we have technical experts, we have good solutions, we have good models and technology, but the problem is we remain in silos. As a result, there is no collaborative platform where all our efforts can come together and we are able to mitigate disasters. And to bridge this gap, it is essential to have a common centralized platform where location intelligence plays a key role. And therefore, there's a need for a GIS platform. So what does a GIS platform do? I'm sorry, my slides are running faster than what I'm speaking. There is some error in this. Well, just give me a second. Yeah. So basically, GIS here acts as a platform to assimilate the utility data that we have, the infrastructural data, public safety data. For example, where are the police stations? Where are the hospitals located? Governance-based data. For example, where are the relief shelters? Where are the communication centers for disaster? The transportation and the healthcare system. Everything comes together in a single GIS platform. So it includes your maps, applications, models, informative dashboards, and multiple other applications. Once you have a common GIS platform, it allows you to have a good sharing with other departments and agencies, because especially managing disaster is not a responsibility of a single agencies. There are multiple agencies involved. For example, you have the police department, you have the fire department, you have the relief department. So everything needs to have a centralized platform where GIS comes into place, that allows us to have a data sharing and collaboration among the stakeholders and have location based analytics as well. So the first thing that we require basically is always the data part. And here ArcGIS platform is a very good example of how you can harness the data. And as you may have listened to my previous colleagues, we talked about different base maps available. We talked about various live streams available and live content available. So talking about base maps and demographics, we have multiple type of base maps available. We also, thanks to the business analysts, we have information like behaviors of consumers, behavior of people, the demographic data, the income-based data, as well as live feeds related to traffic, other stream-based data and urban system data is all very well available within the system that can be utilized. Moving on, we have other data as well. We can take imagery. Most of this imagery can be taken from open source sources like Landsat, Sentinel, etc. As well as high resolution imagery can also be procured and can be utilized on the platform. These include imagery from Maxar and other available satellite vendors. We also get landscape-based attributes like land cover information, elevation, oceans, as well as the real-time information regarding weather activities, seismic activities around the globe. So once these live feeds are also incorporated into a single platform, we can have data coming from multiple sources like your APIs, spreadsheets, sensor networks, etc. These all things can be integrated within your live GIS platform, and this will provide you a correct situational awareness. You will get information where are the areas which are likely to be affected by a disaster, how many population is likely to be affected, what can be the evacuation ways, and so on. Here, we can also use the latest AI and ML based modeling that we have. This can be used to multiple actions and activities. For example, we have simulation models where we can simulate flood-like conditions that can be utilized to, do a inundation simulation, or it can even be used to perform a dam-based analysis. We can also create early warning models, especially for broadcasting, or even in storm management. These forecasting models will generate an alert to the local administration to gear up and take preventive measures before the actual disasters like tsunami or a hurricane may come. We can even utilize these models for predictions as well, to ensure a timely response to a disaster. Once we have a centralized platform and we have enabled all the emergency support persons, we can use simple to use web applications, mobile apps, which Neha showed. and dashboards to ensure that each and every stakeholder involved in managing of these disasters have access to a real-time information regarding what is happening on the ground and what needs to be done. This is to ensure that all the agencies involved are on a single page. How do we ensure that everyone is on a single page? We have simple configurable web applications and mobile dashboards. These allow us to get a summarized information of what is happening. This can be related to any incident status, like where are the locations where incidents are, what are the people who have been provided relief, how many population has not been provided. Whereas it can be related to damage assessment. For example, if there is, let's say, a flood or a landslide which has impacted houses, so how many of the houses have been impacted, we can get idea. So here we have a few case studies where ArcGIS has been utilized by several departments of the government, and it has been utilized for different other purposes. So we have INCOIS, which is Indian National Center for Ocean and Information Services. It is a part of Ministry of Earth Sciences, Government of India. So they utilize a software for operational storm surge and tsunami warning systems. So here you can see there's a small video of how they can utilize ArcGIS. Dr. Madhur, ma'am, are you speaking something? Okay. Yeah.
It's all right. The voice is okay.
No, so sorry.
Okay. So this is how this animation created helps us in understanding the wave heights in time, and this is how early warning, models and early warning mechanisms are built to ensure that people lying in the coastal regions, which are the most impacted by tsunami or storms, are given indications to evacuate or move to a safer zones. Similarly, we have Karnataka State Natural Disaster Monitoring Center, which utilize ArcGIS basically. So what they do is they try to integrate all the weather information that they get, mostly from IMDA and other state-based sensors. Once they get entire data, current live data, as well as forecasted data, they use the platform to ensure the adequate districts where the actual problem or where actual disaster is going to strike are informed in advance so that the district administration can take preventive measures and ensure that there is a minimum damage to property as well as life. APSDMA, which is Andhra Pradesh Disaster Management Authority, utilizes the same software basically for large scale cyclones that often every year impact the state, to prevent these, utilizing the live feeds from the Living Atlas data. Otherwise, talking about ISRI as a company, there has been a successful global implementations as well. We are now getting live feeds directly from USGS regarding the earthquakes that happen globally. That entire repository is with us, and we, using the Living Atlas platform, we are able to give that data to all the people for free. We also have Haiti earthquake assistance, where ArcGIS was involved, and similar work was done for the Nepal earthquake. In India, one of the prominent portal for disaster was seen in Kedarnath, where it was not just a single disaster that was there. There was landslides, there were floods, and there was also, because being a seismic zone, there was also threat from earthquakes. So for multi-hazards disaster, Kedarnath as a portal was seen as an achievement for ISRI. We had, for decision support system, we have live dashboards. We had field mobility applications. We also had planned landslide zonation and vulnerability mapping, and possible evacuation zones to ensure that minimum lives are lost and maximum damage is contained to a limited area. So this is how our operations and applications look when they are, running in a control center. So these are a few images. This is basically control centers where the higher ranking officials get the live information, to the point information through which they can, take data driven decisions on the spot. So we also have a collaborative GIS platform specifically for flood management. There's a proper flood management solution within the ArcGIS network. So basically, it talks about the first thing, when is the flood coming? So what happens is we can integrate numerous sensors carrying, the flow water from the rivers, as well as the latest weather data from IMD or other weather-based applications. We can integrate to estimate when likely is flood going to come in the next 5 to 7 days. Once we have identified where and when the flood is coming, we can do further analysis that in case a flood happens, what will the flood area look like? We can estimate the areas that are likely to be affected in different scenarios and simulations. Once we know which all area is getting affected, we can combine it with a demographic layer to see the number of people or number of population in those areas that are likely to be affected. This allows us to get even the human impact of the disaster. We can distinguish our population in terms of number of senior citizens, number of working class, whereas number of people with disabilities who are likely to be affected, ensuring a better and proper evacuation before time to ensure that the people who are the most vulnerable are evacuated first. And likely to plan your response, we can utilize ArcGIS applications to plan evacuation routes. If there is a road where we have to plan a road blockade or something, we can calculate the alternative routes to ensure that the evacuation is done in a timely and a more systematic manner, and there is no need of panic. So here I have a couple of videos and demo videos to show how ArcGIS can be utilized for cyclone prediction as well as other disasters. So here you can see that we have a time-based filtered dashboard, which gives us an idea about a cyclone coming in the Bay of Bengal region. We can see the trajectory of the cyclone with time. And over the period of time, we can see which is the likely area that is going to be affected by tracking the trajectory of the cyclone. Here, we realize that it is possibly the Odisha area that is likely to be affected. We can filter it to a district level to see which are the districts that will be majorly affected. Alongside on the left, we have indicators to show the population as well. Similarly, we can see the track of entire cyclone. Here we observe that the cyclone made a landfall in Odisha, but subsequently it shifted towards West Bengal, showing that the way of managing the disaster has shifted from one state to another. Similarly, we also has multiple web applications, which has included numerous POIs, such as the healthcare facilities in the region, the police stations in the region. And utilizing these web apps, we can find the nearest healthcare center, the nearest shelter from a particular location, ensuring that people are able to reach the nearest possible available government shelter for assistance in case of any issues. So this is one such example where we have ArcGIS application for flood management and cyclone management. Now, since we discussed a lot about AI, here we show how we can do an impact assessment of disasters using deep learning models. So here you can see this is an area which has been impacted by landslides. Here are the number of buildings that used to exist in this region. So I would use an LLM model where I would put the post-event image and add a deep learning models to track the buildings. Once I've added the vision-based learning model, I'll give the two classes to segregate the houses as damaged or undamaged. And I will give a statement to consider which houses are to be considered as damaged and which to be non-damaged. And once I have given all my arguments and have uploaded all the model definitions, I get the result. So the red boundaries that you see are basically houses that have got damaged from this landslide. I also get the reason given directly by the model that why this has been marked as damage. Here you can see the reason as well. Similarly, I can see another reason that this image shows the sign of landslide activity in the area. I can even visualize this in 3D thanks to the integration, direct integration in Pro with 3D scenes as well. I can run a script to get a complete idea thanks to the integration with Jupyter Notebook within the ArcGIS model. And I can get a direct dashboard showing how many structures have been damaged due to this particular landslide and how many are undamaged. So this is how you can use AI in actual analysis, particularly in damage assessment post disasters as well. Like I said before, we also have provisions to simulate disasters such as flood. So we also have flood simulation tool available in ArcGIS that allows us to simulate how a rainfall would look like. So this is one of the regions in Kerala where there was large scale rainfall last year. So within the simulation tool that we have, we can provide inputs like what type of rainfall do we want to configure and what will be the parameters. So we have given the parameters. So this is a total 24-hour simulation divided into multiple simulations of 6 hours each. We have configured the simulation. We have added the soil-based parameters of the region. And as you can see right now, we have simulated the rainfall as well. And eventually, if we move ahead, after 2 hours, we can see puddles of water being formed in this particular area. We have also integrated the buildings data as well available to us. And we have found out that people have constructed, houses in areas where there is a river channel. As a result, we see these areas are vulnerable to river-based floods in case there is a heavy rainfall because water flows, and as a result, these houses are likely to be affected the first. The situation is similar in other regions as well. And within this simulation model, you can click at any point of time in the flood layer to get the instantaneous information regarding how the flood looks like. Like here, we can see what is the water depth. We can speed the speed of water through which it flows, the flow rate, as well as the direction. So this is an example of how simulation takes place in ArcGIS Pro. Now, I'll also take you to a particular location here, which has come in the flow of the flood water. So much so that the houses are getting impacted there. So what this tool also provides is a chance to mitigate these disasters. So in case we get a idea that certain location is vulnerable to flooding due to rainfall in nearby areas, we can construct barriers. These barriers can be placed in reality in this location in form of sandbags or something. So once we have prepared a barrier and a drainage pipe, and once we run the simulation again after putting these barriers, we'll be able to see how water flow from a flood is stopped, and the stopped water through the measure of a barrier of a drainage pipe will go without impacting this particular household. So see, this is how you can utilize GIS basically for planning and mitigating flood-like scenarios. So thanks to this drainage pipe and the barrier, these communities are now protected from flood-like situation. Similarly, in this scenario, we also observe the flood in this area over time. And you will observe that there is one particular facility of water that is health facility that has been completely, inundated with water. So naturally, this health facility would not be able to operate in such conditions. So using GIS, we can find the nearby other hospitals which have not been impacted by water, where we can redirect people in case of need. So here, using the neighborhood analysis in ArcGIS Pro, we are able to get the 2 nearest hospitals which we can go and work on. So this is it from my side in terms of presentation. I have a few other things to show to you. So here we have a layer that is available in Living Atlas called as GeoGlows, which basically is a stream model flow. It gives a 10-day forecast of how a water stream would look like in a particular area. So here, as you can see in Ganga basin, particularly in river Yamuna and in river Ganga, the water has been the water flow has been above normal. And this data is particularly of 25th of September. Once I run it, I can get information about what is the possible forecast of water flow in this region till 10th. And this can be done for all the rivers available in India. So by the time I paused the simulation on 3rd of October, you can see that majority of the places in river Yamuna have a normal water flow. And even river Ganga, for a certain amount till Varanasi, the flow has returned to normal. Only a small stretch has remained where there is excessive flow. On the other hand, if I move down to south, I see that in Godavari, a lot of water flow has started to come. So this can be a good tool in estimating what is the likelihood of water flow increase over the next few days. Now, I also would like to show you for disaster management, what are the live feeds available in terms of Living Atlas. So the first live feed is the weather data. We can get accurate weather data. This particular layer available in Living Atlas refreshes after every 10 minutes. So this basically talks about the precipitation activity happening over the world. And here we can see in the Indian subcontinent, it currently shows that the basically the central to southern part of India is going to face good amount of rainfall. I have the real-time air quality data set as well. These include sensors of PM 2.5, PM 10, and PM 1. So in Delhi region, I see a lot of these sensors working. So I can click on any particular sensor and I'll get the attribute information. So this is basically a PM 10 sensor in Delhi, which is giving me a value. Similarly, in Noida also, I can go and check a particular thing. So I have seen that there is basically a air quality PM 2.5 sensor installed by Ministry of Natural Resources and Environment, which is giving me a live reading. Similarly, I also get information regarding the current wind speed vectors in the subcontinent. These are basically vectors providing the wind velocity data. It also talks about the current sky conditions, that currently in this particular location, there are scattered clouds at 910 meters above ground level. And no significant weather is present at this point of time in this selected area. Now, I also have live sensor data from MODIS and WIRS. Basically, MODIS and WIRS are two satellites which measure the thermal activity. So right now, as you might know, this is a season of stubble burning. So let's see if any stubble is recorded. So MODIS records a couple of cases of stubble burning, particularly in Haryana and Punjab area. Let's see if WIRS also, is able to recognize them. Oh, wow. So WIRS has a number of information of thermal activity taking place in North India. Particularly, these might be an agricultural stubble burning activity, which is quite prevalent in this particular time of the year. So see how utilizing GIS, you can also get an idea of where are the areas where there is large scale stubble burning or not. We also have feeds to recognize which are the areas having active hurricanes. And currently, although India does not have any hurricanes or cyclones in this point of time, but there is one forming in Pacific Ocean where I can get information. So I get the information regarding what is the track of this particular storm. And the black line that you see is currently the presumed path of the cyclone. This may change, but as of right now, this is the presumed path of this cyclone. I can also get data of the recent hurricanes as well. So these includes historical data of all the recent hurricanes in this year. So I can get the entire idea of what is the path, what was the intensity of the storm, and everything. For example, this red, dark red, shows that the intensity of hurricane was quite severe in this particular region. So this all information I can get live data directly from ArcGIS Living Atlas, which can be utilized in operational awareness for disaster-based activities. Moving on. So can I visualize pre and post floods using ArcGIS from the imagery? Yes, I can. So ArcGIS basically has a repository for Sentinel and Landsat imageries that can be utilized on web to visualize flood. So here I am in Karimganj area of Assam, where there was a flood. So I have taken two time frames where you can just see the impact of floods by a slider. Similarly, Kosi area, as you know, is renowned for flooding every year. So there is an area called Dhapri where I can show the level of flooding happening. So you can see a lot number of area inundated because of excessive flooding in the Kosi River. Similarly, I can take you to Lakhimpur Khedi as well, where we get a similar observation. Lastly, again, this is one such application where we have integrated all the uh, live feeds, particularly for city of Mumbai. We have data like MODIS, WIRS, and weather data for this particular area, as well as cyclones and earthquake data to ensure the operational situation in this particular area. My last application is Shivangi today explained what is Arc Hydro. So utilizing Arc Hydro, I can also create flood depths. So here in this particular region, I have calculated what would floods look like in case the flood depths increase. So this is basically flood at 1 meter level. Similarly, I can see flood up to 10-meter level as well. So if I click a 5-meter filter, I can get information of how flood would look like if the 5-meter floods happen in Yamuna. Similarly, in case of 7-meter flood, I will get subsequent information as well. So these are the few tools how we can utilize, ArcGIS to manage and mitigate disasters. So that is it from my side. If there are any questions or if there are any information, anything you want to ask, please feel free.
Any questions from the participants? I guess we'll wait for them. I think a lot of information covered by Mr. Tejas. It was a great demonstration. As the session is passing by, the richness of the tool, we can actually gauge it. There are so many capability that it has.
Suryanshu.
Yes, Suryanshu Singh, if you have any query, please unmute yourself and you can ask question. Suryanshu Singh. Okay. Suryanshu Singh. We'll wait for the questions to flow in. But good presentation. you did mention and you showed the capability of the data. If they find the resolution of the data improves, then how capturing the or modeling the entire scenario, it also shows a better result. So of course, moving on to LiDAR data, if we are going to utilize it, very nicely you have schematically represented the flood condition that was simulated, plus pre and post flood condition. Also, if there is a barrier that gets get to be constructed, then how it is going to impact the flow. So all this and many more can be done. Arc hydro tool also.
Requesting participants, if they are not able to speak in this session, they can also write in the chat box. We are here. If you have any queries, you can write in the chat box. We can reply uh, time by time. So if you have network error or any other hindrance, we can use the chat box for the Q&A. It will be a very interactive session. Then if we will communicate, if you have any questions, doubts, we are here. You can write in chat box. You can write to MET, I mean Dr. Madhuri ma'am and Dr. Manoj sir are always there to forward the queries to us. But it will be better if you can write in the chat box. We can interact. Thank you, ma'am. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Prithvi. Yeah, that's perfect. You know, when you have the stakeholder first-hand information will be quite helpful. Encourage the participants, you know, as we move towards the end of this online workshop, it will be nice to have few questions if you have any. And because, you know, we are going to recommend and promote the usage of this tool for presenting your solution for the idea that you have submitted. So after it gets shortlisted, we would actually recommend the usage of this tool. So more you start diving into it at the moment, you will be diving deeper and deeper as you move on, and this will help you to understand it better. There is a question in the chat box, Ms. Prithvi, and for the team entire, what advice would you give to students to get hands-on experience with LiDAR technology or disaster management project? Can we get some LiDAR data for practice? So these are something that I will take it up when I talk about way forward. Yes, there are few plans in place for you, my dear students. So participants, so stay tuned, and as we close the session, we will have answer. We will just park it here. Maybe towards the end of it, we will have some answers together. We will be providing Amity along with ISRI. We will be providing the answer to this. So I think we have our next speaker. So the next speaker for the session is Ms. Manjusha Singh, Group Manager, Pre-Sales, ISRI India. Thank you, Ms. Singh, for joining us and sparing your valuable time. Very pertinent topic, water use cases. So it's basically the application of the water that gets extracted out of the river, like what are the what is that we can do with water, and how the tool available at ISRI or ArcGIS would help us. This is what Ms. Manjusha is going to share with us. So thank you so much once again for joining on behalf of Amity School of Engineering and Technology. We invite you to take forward this session on water use cases. Ms. Manjusha, over to you.
Thank you. Hope I'm audible. And
yes,
I'll
you
be
are.
sharing my screen. Just give me one moment. Hope my screen is shared.
Yes, working with imagery, it's shared. Yes.
So I'm going to shift gears here a little. I'll be talking only about rasters, imageries, and RGB bands or NIR bands or hyperspectral bands that are available with us, and how we can get all the information using our imagery tool sets and image data sets that are available. So thank you for yes.
Yeah, thank you so much. Sorry for interrupting, Miss Manjusha. Just wanted to give you a word of caution. Maybe the participants out here may not understand the importance of RGB and further the technicality of the image as such, the way we handle raster data in GIS. So would want few lines on it before you proceed with the working with imagery. Yeah.
Definitely, ma'am. So that is where my first slide comes in. What exactly is remote sensing data set? What exactly is raster and how it is? So I may not be going much deeper into the RGB bands because RGB is like, again, if we go back to RGBs and all, we'll have the entire electromagnetic spectrum. So remote sensing data set, if we talk, it is basically the satellites, the drones, or the aerial platform that are capturing your data set and help you understand the Earth's surface better with all your the reflectance values that are available. So this is a very simple term in which I can say key remote sensing data sets or rasters are. So there are multiple type of remote sensing data sets such as multispectral, hyperspectral, thermal, and all have its own use cases, all have its own applications when it comes to a certain study with related to water, without water, whatever be the domain, be it agriculture, be it disaster, be it definitely water. This all comes into play and play a vital role in our understanding of resources. So with multispectral data, when I say it is the data set wherein we have bands. So here when I say bands, it will be in a very simple term, if we have a water body or if we have a land or we have a field, with a multispectral, I can understand, fine, this field has my trees, my agricultural land and water bodies. However, if I want to deep dive into what sort of, say, water body it is, or I would say the agriculture land it is, whether my agriculture land has a paddy field or that paddy field has certain amount of fertilizers into it. In case of water, it can be like water bodies are there, and within water, do we have algae blooms? Do we have plastics in them? Do we have water hyacinth in them? These details can be taken out using our hyperspectral imagery. So when we say the satellite imageries, then there are thermal imagery. So thermal imagery will help us to understand the heat content. So whether my water bodies are or my land surface temperature, how it is performing. Then we have the SAR imagery. So we all know that during the monsoon season, which we have, these images are very, very difficult to understand or difficult to get because of the cloud cover. So in that case, synthetic aperture radar, this is again a remote sensing aerial platform, or I would say a satellite, wherein we can capture these data set and still perform our studies. Then there are elevation data sets that becomes very handy when we are working with different, I would say, applications such as defense, etc. Then aerial and drone for are very localized studies. So in all, this is, and there are many more, definitely there are many more remote sensing data sets that are available. So you have rainfall data sets coming in different formats such as .net CDF formats, and then there are GRIP formats, there are sea surface temperatures that are coming in, and there are a lot of such, or atmospheric, there are pressures and different parameters that comes in. So all these scientific data sets are again very important in getting a particular, within a particular application that we work on. So towards this, we have a solution which will help you to not only understand the image processing part. So when I say image processing, it is with all these bands. So when I say satellite is collecting your data set, that collection of data set will be in different bands. So all those bands, RGBs and NIR and everything that, I mean, those are different thing. But all these will have a certain application to it, will have a certain technicalities to it. So with NV being the remote sensing software, image processing software, it allows you to work with all the data sets that I just showed in one platform. And not only that, we have workflows that will help you to understand or run your applications. And then we have some customization tools that will help you in customizing the entire algorithm, or I would say the application, such as IDL, you have Python, you have notebooks, all these can be used. And we have NV APIs that can be integrated. Finally, we have something known as NV Connect or NV Inform, that would be a web-based solution that can be used. So when we say analytics based on imagery, we can have spectral analysis. I will not go into much details on this. Maybe within the demonstration, I can explain better. We have deep learning algorithms and machine learning algorithms that we've been discussing. We can generate different 3D applications out of it using photogrammetry and DM, stereo pairs, etc. And even we can do precision agriculture. When I say precision agriculture, it is more of crop science, as in counting the trees, or I would say counting the crops, not exactly the crops, I would say trees in an orchard, wherein I understand that, yes, within a 1 acre of land, how many mango trees or apple trees are within. So all these, and not only this can also be your web-based solutions, wherein it can be shared within the entire organization. You can create, one imagery. A person has done all these technical workflows can be shared within the organization. So here I will take the Vemnad Lake as my example, and I will showcase the capabilities of how we can use this image to understand, yes, whether we have plastics in this, or we have water hyacinth, or how the pollutants are within this land. So there are many plastics. You can see there are various white water hyacinth, and there are algae blooms. All these needs to be understood, and definitely with the amount of data set that we have, it is not feasible that we, so it is not feasible to practically go there and do, because as you can see, this entire thing is our Vemnad Lake. So a person can, so this is where, again, I'll go back to the very first thing is, why do we need remote sensing data set or raster data set, is because mapping this entire manually is definitely, it is feasible, but then it is a tedious job. However, with our remote sensing data sets and different bands that I say, when I say band, it is the, as can be seen here, a red band, green band, blue band. So it will all depend how we are working. And then a simple spectral profile here. So a simple spectral profile here. So since water, we all know, emit blue light, and we have a mode of a blue emitting, and green and red and NIR, all those are not reflected. So the spectral profile here shows that within maybe the blue band and all, we have a higher content. Now we have a higher spectral profile. So now when I say all these data sets, there are many commercially and publicly available data sets that are available. Remote sensing data set from our ISRO, from various commercials that is available globally, and even a normal commercial satellite. So it can be your optical image, which is this image that we are seeing, or it can be a SAR image, which I'll be demonstrating towards the session. Next, we have for this particular lake, I will showcase how we have done a plastic index, or how I have calculated my NDVIs to understand all these algal blooms that are available here. So all this is not very good for our water bodies. These blooms take away all the nutrients, and definitely if algal blooms are more, we'll have food chain problems, etc. that we understand. So a simple NDVI process and a plastic index will tell me that, yes, for this particular area of interest, or this particular area, we need to take care, or we need to understand how much is the extent of my water hyacinth or algal bloom. Once this is done, what I can do is I can go ahead and do my scatter plots for these values, and can classify these data sets. So once I have, and then again, since we have our band maths and band algebras and different bands. So again, like I was mentioning, there are different bands that will help me to understand whether my vegetation index is more or my plastic index is more. All these can be understood using these spectral indices. Once this is done, I can, there are many machine learning algorithms as well as deep learning algorithms that are available. So with the machine learning algorithms and my water, Highsmith, plastic and water as my base maps, what I have used here is I've used naive based classification directly as a tool here, wherein I'm simply giving my ROIs, which is my sample data sets for training, and the raster on which I want to use it. Next, it will classify everything on its own and finally give me a result as this. So when I see the results, you can see that I have water, Highsmith, plastic, and water. Definitely, there are other classifications that are also done, but with removing everything else, I can see how my plastic is and even the water, Highsmith to some extent. Let me just remove all the others. Yeah. So this is how my plastic is, and this is how my Highsmith, water Highsmith, or I would say the algal bloom is stretched. So very conveniently, using the remote sensing data set, I can identify with simple bands, band combinations, I can identify that yes, there is an algal bloom within my area of interest, and I can help to remove it, or I can take precautionary measures, whatever be the case. And finally, we can have a decision on how to cope up with this. So this is just one aspect wherein I'm using, say, a 5-band or a 6-band image. Next, so as I mentioned initially, for hyperspectral and multispectral, there are two different things. So in other words, if I understand from my imagery that is in front of you, this is a water body with, say, algal blooms and say plastics. Hyperspectral will let me understand whether there is methane in my image, there is nitrogen content that is available within this water body, or several certain things that is available. So before I move on, I would also want to mention that yes, hyperspectral, what exactly is hyperspectral, how we go about it. So if we have some 12 images within 12 bands within a multispectral, you can see here we have multiple bands here and multiple narrow bands that will give me that much more details on this. So hyperspectral imagery, you can remember it as more bands, you have more information. And with more band, more information, there are multiple things. There are multiple vegetation indices that can be directly used and understood. Say there is an algal bloom, there is plastic index, there are nitrogen index. All these can be understood using simple images that are available. You don't have to do any coding here. You don't have to do anything, but a simple tool can help you understand this. So on the left, you can see for a vegetation part, if I can see, there are multiple things that goes into it. So if we talk with respect to agriculture or vegetation, it is not only the monitoring of health that is important. What is also important is whether my, as I mentioned, there is nitrogen content, there are pesticides, pesticide is getting more utilized or it is less utilized. How is the irrigation going within my agricultural land? All these plays major role when it comes to, or whether there is a pest infection. So all those plays a major role when it comes to agriculture domain or even for a water, like I've mentioned. So yeah, so we have the entire tool set that will help you to identify how we can do these hyperspectral matching. And then there are different satellites. There are UAV-based satellites, there are sensors, there are airplane-based sensors and satellite-based sensors. So Hyperion, if you all must have heard, or Prisma, these are all satellite-based hyperspectral data set that we get. And then there are airplane Everest, there are CASI, all these data available with us. There are other HiMap, etc., which is definitely used for a high-end processing of, say, defense related activities, wherein all these hyperspectral images plays a major role. So with respect to water, we have water debris. So these debris are very difficult to capture if we only use, say, whatever is visible to us from our RGB. RGB is nothing but our visible band, our natural colors, etc. So these would require special hyperspectral data set that will have those bands that will tell me, yes, these debris are there within my water bodies. Similarly, for the water quality, you have chlorophyll, you have other chlorophyll, methane, etc., nitrogen content. All these can be calculated, and we understand how the water quality is for any area of interest. Then there are multiple oil slicks that have that can be measured using our hyperspectral activities, and so on and so forth. There are number of activities that can also be used within other domains as well, such as rare earth mineral, mineralogy, etc. So with respect to this, I will just show a very quick demonstration here, wherein for this very particular data set itself, what I've used is I've used the hyperspectral data set. So as you can see, this is a hyperspectral data set that has been pre-processed. So one thing to keep in mind here is hyperspectral again would need a lot of pre-processing, because raw data set is not as clean. Maybe ma'am will understand, and you people who have worked with hyperspectral data will also be able to understand that there is a lot of bad band removal or atmospheric corrections that would be required in order to understand this and get it to this analysis ready data set. On this, what I can do is I can do a chlorophyll index. So if somebody would have noticed when I clicked on atmospheric data, that is my multispectral data set, I could get only 35 bands that are available. There are 35, I would say, indices that are available with this particular bands. However, when I check my multispectral data, hyperspectral data set, sorry, I can get some 110 indices that can be done or that can be performed or computed for various applications within my data. So this is, if we can understand the major difference between hyperspectral and our multispectral data sets. Finally, we did a chlorophyll index that was done, and we have a methane index. So all these will have a certain values to them, and these values will tell me whether my data set or my water body is highly I would say chlorophyll induced, or it has methane, etc. So all the, I would say this is the complete solution, I would say, wherein I have the entire Vemnad Lake monitored for various applications. Next, I would move on to the SAR applications. So SAR also plays a major role, as I mentioned, when there is no optical data sets available, especially with respect to the water bodies and with respect to agriculture, it plays a major role. We have the entire satellite SAR mission that is in place. And recently, many of us must have heard about the NISAR data set. So NISAR again is coming, which is a SAR data set from ISRO and NASA. That will also have a lot of applications with respect to water and various domains, I would say, including water. So these are some of the use cases that we have. We can work with the glacial displacement, and we can work with water bodies, etc. We can track deforestation also. And not only we can track the deforestation, we can also understand that how or at which point this deforestation actually started. So we can have the entire timeline, or I would say the time series mapped, and understand how the deforestation would start. So here I would like to quickly show one more demo regarding this flood. So flood, as we all know, is a major disaster, and recently we have all seen about heard about the Punjab floods. So for the same area of interest, that is Punjab, we have taken 2 images, and since again during the monsoon season or cloudy season, rainy season, we will not have optical images. We have used SAR image. So this is again sentinel images. So SAR is generally pepper and grain, which is from which we'll have to do the pre-processing. So when I say the pre-processing, it will be the entire tool sets that are available. So with this, we don't have to do entire pre-processing. So when I say pre-processing, these data set needs to be made ready for analysis with filtering, thermal noise removal, speckle filter, and all this. And with with one simple workflow, I can do all these things. Finally, so as can be seen, this is pre-event, post-event. And here, with the computation of this direct flooding classification or flood classification, I would say, I can give my pre and post-event, and I could get this ratio as well as my classification. So classification is with respect to non-event, area, my scattering point, persistent value, and the flooded area. So within one workflow, within this flooding classification workflow, if I say, I can give my input output, which is a raw data set, raw SAR data, and it will get me this sort of output, which is your classified data telling you which is your persistent area, which is your water body, or I would say flooded area, so on and so forth. And finally, pre and post image also what we can do for any area of interest. If I want to understand that, yes, how much is the damage or how much of the area has changed. So for this very particular area, what I've done is I've taken a pre-image that is for April and a post image, say post flooding, that is maybe today and maybe yesterday or so. And using change detection workflows which are readily available, I can just give these inputs, do my thresholding, calculate the changes, etc. for my area of interest, and get the changes that have occurred. So if you can see, the blue ones will tell me that, yes, how my water bodies have extended or increased over the period of time from my pre and post image. So such sort of analysis, ready based analysis is very important when we are doing a disaster, or I would say any sort of domain application studies. Lastly, I would also like to show there is one more disaster that we've seen of lately, especially in the area that is Glof. So this area, if you can see, this is the Lohanak Lake, which can be seen. And for the period that is from 1st of September till 31st of October, what we have done is using this SAR data set, what we have tried to map is to understand how the changes have taken place over the period of time. So finally, if we look at the results with all the processing that is done, we can see that, yes, this is the mapped area which can be seen in green. So not only this, if we see the dates, so if we remember 7th of October, around 7th of October 2023, we had this incident. So during that time, this if that is my green band, that will tell me that, yes, how much of the changes have happened over the period of time. So this my blue would indicate later on image, and red will indicate the later image, and so on. So a GLOF study, or I would say a GLOF processing, is also feasible when it comes to SAR data sets. Next, one more, we will also have land subsidence that is available. So for this particular area of interest, I would say we have done SARscape based INSAR mapping, interferometry stacking, etc. I'm not going to go into all those details, but what I wanted to show you here was, with this urbanized area, there is exploitation of groundwater in excess. And for a period of time from 22 to 24 of April, I can understand and see the pattern of how the deformation in the area is happening. And this too in millimeter scale. So once this deformation is happening, maybe an expert will be able to tell me that, yes, for any particular area of interest, yes, this is how, whether this deformation in brown area is correct, or whether it is alarming, or whether it is not alarming. Not only that, we can also choose the date lines for which this deformation is happening. Yeah. And finally, there is a tight integration of NV with ArcGIS. So whatever we develop in NV, we can see it in dashboards, and we can make decision support systems like Tejas was telling us. So what I wanted to show here was this monitoring, which is an aquaculture monitoring system. So for each of these ponds that are available, you can see, using the deep learning technology or an AI technology, I was able to mask out each and every pond or aquaculture farm that is available for me. And using both my optical image and the SAR image, I was able to monitor for the entire season of my sowing or harvesting of my aquaculture farms, how the data, how my farm is, I can monitor the health, and so on and so forth. I can do all those studies. So to conclude, I would say remote sensing dataset itself will give you the entire scope of how we look at a domain, or how we look at an application. Thank you. Any questions?
Thank you, Ms. Manjusha.
Thank you.
Thank you so much. Definitely, in a day's time. If the students have not seen ever ArcGIS Pro, the lots that has got covered from morning till afternoon. And as we move on, as I was mentioning, even in Mr. Tejas' presentation,
Hello, ma'am. Hello, ma'am. We are lost you in between. Can you able to hear us?
Yeah, sorry for the inconvenience. It got disconnected in between. So thank you very much for all of the people, all the um, speakers from ISRI this afternoon. And really you have added value to this, all the workshop. And now all, I think that when we have started from yesterday, when in the morning session, and the morning session was very informative, and it has covered almost every part of that what Mr. Suneet has completed about the GIS in simple terms. So started from there. So now I think Dr. Madhuri, you please continue with that. Some technical glitch is there. Hope I am audible.
Yes, sir, you are audible.
Yeah, so I'm sorry for that inconvenience. In fact, this was started yesterday when we have, and that was very important workshop that our all the uh, all the attendees, all those who have submitted their concept ideas, they wanted us to have this type of workshop so that we can make them aware of how the LIDAR data and what all the differences it is making and how they are going to come to the solution, exact solution of that. So this was started yesterday with Mr. Vijay of CTO of ISRI, and he is very kind enough to start this session in the morning, followed by Sri DP Mathuria ji, who had given a glimpse of how the river restoration, revival, and rejuvenation is important for all of us. I mean, for all the those who are participating in this workshop. Mr. Professor Rajiv Sinha has given a lot of insights about the sediment management. And we were expecting Mr. Pius this afternoon, who can who just sum up and about the role of the NMCG and how we had taken up this particular project. So, but because of his association engagement somewhere, so he is not able to do it. So now, Dr. Madhuri, over to you.
Thank you, sir. Sorry, just give me a yeah. I have tried to keep a backup ready just in case, as we are moving towards the end of the session. We have two more speakers with us. Sorry, two more topics that need to be covered. I would hand over this session once again to Mr. Tejas to take it forward. I think this is the last but one before we get to the concluding part by Mr. Sunil. Over to Mr. Tejas for digital twin, which is one of the most, I would say, the trending topic as such. So, Mr. Tejas, once again, welcome to you and over to you for the session on this.
Sure, ma'am. Thank you. Thank you, Madhuri, ma'am, once again. I'll share my screen. So, what is a digital twin? That's like the first question when it comes to my mind when I talk about digital twin. So, is it just like a 3D representation of the of what we see, or is it something different? So, basically, digital twin is a virtual representation of a real world. So, it includes your physical objects like your buildings, your infrastructure, footpaths, benches, street lights. But more than that, what it makes it as a twin rather than just a 3D model is because it also processes the relationships and behaviors of humans that happen on this particular model. So therefore, GIS creates digital twins of natural as well as the built environments, and it has the capability to ingest multiple types of digital models. So why do we need basically digital twins? There are three prominent reasons for that. One is maintaining historical record or baseline. So if you want to track how the city has been created from scratch to its present needs, that can be easily maintained and shown using a digital twin model. Secondly, to monitor operational performance. For example, utilizing data from drones, investigations from drone survey or LiDAR survey can be utilized in a much better way rather than having a physical inspection all the locations at all the time. Third, it is better to test and predict future outcomes. For example, in the previous time, I showed a flood simulation model on a 3D zone. So it can also be used to test different disaster-based things like simulation of floods or any other thing as well. So what are the basically features or areas where digital twin is formed? Number one is landscape. Digital twin of terrain-based things like a canyon or a valley, etc. Buildings and structures. By digital twin, I don't really just mean a building model of a particular structure from exterior. It also includes the interior of the structures. For example, within a building, there may be a space for lifts, there may be desks where people sit, and so on. Then it is also used for network-based analysis, like you have lines for your broadbands or fixed line. You have utilities for your gas pipelines and other different utilities where a digital twin is replicated. Together with all these things, they create a process for planning, designing, and prediction. So this is how GIS integrates and creates a digital twin of multiple types of features. So here is one such example of a digital twin where we see a water treatment plant from exterior as well as interior, giving an information about what the building stores directly to the engineer. So instead of going to every water plant, in case we have live data of those plants, it is possible for us to have a virtual inspection or a virtual, identification of things thanks to this digital twin. Here you can see how well this water treatment plant looks from inside as well as outside. We see a digital model where everything in real world comes in a virtual format as well. Similarly, it is also used to model solar and shade analysis. For example, areas which will have shadow, uh, areas which will have more sunlight. This can also be, undertaken using the analysis, sunlight analysis available in ArcGIS on digital twins. Lastly, how this digital twin is created. The first thing is your data capture. So data capture can be done from 3D scenes that we have. We have 3D layers as well. It can be done from point cloud or LiDAR based data. It can be done by creating a 3D mesh or by feature extraction models as well. Utilizing that, we can also integrate further 3D based models. For example, BIM data can also be integrated in ArcGIS, and together we can use it for inspection. Data from Autodesk and other sources can also be integrated within the ArcGIS platform. Reality mapping. Reality mapping is basically creation of accurate digital twins to represent the physical world. So ArcGIS Pro or ArcGIS as a system allows us to create, very accurate and intuitive photorealistic GIS-based digital twin. This ensures, good amount of true ortho, which is generated, which is actually very accurate in nature. Digital elevation models, the terrain model, as well as the surface model. We also get 3D and point cloud data. And through oriented imageries, that is still images and videos, we can create a good example of a digital twin. So planning these digital twin. Within the ArcGIS system, we have we have a product called ArcGIS Urban, whose main aim is to do for land use planning or land zonation planning, where we utilize how a digital twin can be formed to ensure a mixed type of development, whether it's a mixed use development or a particularly commercial or a particularly residential development. How it can be planned in a limited area of land can also be done. So uses of digital twin in urban planning. Number one, urban sprawl, rapid urbanization, and change in the land use. So these all things can be very well planned using ArcGIS Urban, where we can plan where the new developments should take place, what are the things that needs to be undertaken for these new development, and utilizing the interaction with City Engine, we can even see that how our planned city would look like. So fundamental capabilities of digital twin is firstly for short-term activities like 1 to 5 years of work. We can see how the things look like. It can be utilized for long-term plans as well, where we plan cities for future needs as well, and for utilizing several indicators while doing the same. These indicators include the demographics and public safety information that are required. For example, for every land zonation, there needs to be a certain law which needs to be adhered while planning. So all these things can be brought together to create a virtual plan for a city. So what are the things that we can do in ArcGIS Urban? Firstly, we can sketch out the building scenarios. We can design our buildings, how a building should look like, what are the number of floors a building should have, what will be the usage of these buildings, how much quantity of a building will be for mixed use and how much quantity it can be for a commercial use. That can be very well decided in this particular application. We can also test land use as well as zoning changes, and we can identify suitable sites for our creations. So this is basically how a digital twin workflow works in ArcGIS. It starts with ArcGIS Pro basically, where we utilize the 3D data, perform analysis, do some zoning parcels, zoning and parcel based management. 3D data can be taken from a drone based image collection where we can create a true ortho or a 3D mesh. Furthermore, we can take this data to City Engine and ArcGIS Urban, where we can plan and design our city. Utilizing the attributes that we have taken for designing, we can integrate and bring them to ArcGIS dashboards, where we can get a single window to summarize what all we have planned. So these are basically the projects and planning scenarios that are utilized in ArcGIS Urban. It starts with our study areas, where we get the base map and the context layers. Then we use the regulatory models that are land use and the zoning codes. These include frontal area coverage, the units available, and whatever the legal land zone regulations are there in a particular region. Then over that, we put our development models. We design the space use as well as building types. And once we have developed our model, we can then use a reporting dashboard to share the metrics available. Then, utilizing ArcGIS City Engine, we can create a massive city at once instead of modeling each and every building individually. So, City Engine is a powerful tool that allows us to, create models for a particular project or a particular urban environment. So, especially if I'm talking about a riverfront development, here City Engine is a necessary thing because a river front development does not happen over a single piece of land. It is something that has to be continuous and carried out over a long region. So therefore, City Engine then becomes a more apt technology because it will bring procedural tools for your new generation. Why City Engine? Because number one, it is time efficient, it is flexible, and it allows us to design cities according to real world scenarios, or even we can utilize to create our dummy cities as well if someone is a town planner. Then bringing GIS and BIM together. As mentioned before, ArcGIS has the capability of bringing GIS and BIM together. BIM is basically building information model. So from BIM, we can get detailed information about already built assets. For example, if I talk about a dedicated bridge, we can get information about where the piers are located in the river, where are the rivets and structures holding the bridge together, where are the pylons. Every other feature or unit required in building a bridge will have a digital model that can be visualized along with the GIS system that we have. So this is how we have partnerships with Autodesk as well as ISRI that allows us to seamlessly access the information coming from BIM directly into a GIS platform to utilize both GIS and BIM for our planning purposes. So here we have a demo of how we can utilize ArcGIS Urban to decide development and mixed use planning in a particular area. This basically is data that we have taken for Greater Noida only. So here it is, you can see we have demarcated the land use. We have mixed use development and recreational development as well in the area. And accordingly, the zoning wise, we have information that mixed use development is the highest. We can also overlay it with the governmental plans for this particular region. We have geo-referenced the governmental plans and ensured that whatever we are building complies with the government regulations as well. So once we have done this, we have decided to develop a city. The city is developed according to the land use zonation provided. This includes office spaces, commercial spaces, residential spaces, and so on. Likewise, we also get information about attributes and number of jobs in this particular area, the number of carbon footprint emitted, the population that is particularly used by the city, and what will be the ideal water demand, solid waste demand, electricity demand to host such kind of a city are also calculated. Here, we can also utilize this tool to change land use types. We also here get information regarding number of parking spots available and the required parking spots as per the population utilizing this particular city as well. So these all are the information that we can utilize to design our cities and design particular changes to the land use zonation in ArcGIS city, urban and city. Once we have created a sample of the cities in ArcGIS Urban, we can bring it to the city engine where we can actually see the city come to life. Here, using the BIM data as well, we can integrate other infrastructural changes As you can see, this model is much more refined and it includes roads, buses on the roads, vehicles on the road, street lights, and even metro pillars. I'll just take you ahead and you can see that using the BIM model, we have integrated the metro details as well. You can see the metro stations and the number of units required in modeling this particular metro station are also mentioned. So this will also give an idea of how a city will come to light when you have planned the entire land use. Here you can see that it is showing the streets of the area, the buildings, and so on. So this is how you can use ArcGIS Urban and City Engine to ensure you create digital twins. Now, coming to our main topic, digital twins for rivers. So riverfront landscapes or riverfront digital twins is nothing new. And it is something that is very prominent in 21st century. Here, I'll show you two photos and you tell me which is the riverfront development you like. First, this is basically a hard concrete structures on a riverfront. This basically represents a check dam. On the other hand, I also have the check dam included with some green spaces and a well-planned digital twin. I'm sure you prefer the second image, which is a lush green riverfront here. So this is how ArcGIS can help in designing your riverfronts. Here we have, I'm showing a couple of examples where riverfront development has been taken place. First is the Harbor Bath area in Denmark, where in early 2000s, there was a requirement to ensure a better riverfront development. As you can see here in the photo, this is the latest development in this particular area. Proper zonation for driving bicycles, whereas ensuring adequate desks and sitting arrangements have been made by the government to ensure that this area becomes a sustainable area for community as well as ensuring proper preservation of natural resources as well. Similar thing was done in Chongcheon region in Seoul. This is basically a small stream which was filled with a lot of garbage in Korea, and the government decided to revive this particular stream and ensure that the riverfront or the stream front here is a promenade where people can interact and come. So here they have created this into a much better and planned area where they have in real world they are improving and ensuring that this area becomes suitable for people to walk as well as the water quality in this region becomes better. Last is the example of Utrecht Canal in Netherlands. Here you can see how lush blue the water has been made thanks to the new digital twin recreation in this region. Now people can have a good time here by running their canoes or having a small picnic right around the canal bank, thanks to the latest planning. Similarly, in India also, we have the new Sabarmati riverfront as well, which has seen a good, which is become an example of how a riverfront development assists in maintaining a better maintenance of water management, as well as ensuring how communities can come together at river and how it can become a symbol of prosperity. So here is an example of how you can design grid landscape-based gardens at riverfront. Here, you can see the example how you can monitor and create a riverfront using ArcGIS City Engine. We have designed buildings, mixed use, and between them, we have ensured that green spaces exist. We also are in process of creating a new space in this barren open land where we can utilize this to create a new garden. Similarly, we have another promenade to show an organic naturalist green space around it. This is how we can ensure a digital twin supports a new riverfront modeling. Lastly, we have also created a wire diversion system. This basically allows water to get refreshed as well as recharged every time. And this is an essential tool in ensuring that the water gets cleaned every time, ensuring that sustainable use of water resources is done in creation of this digital twin. So these are a few tools which show how ArcGIS can be utilized to create digital twins for riverfront development. That is it from my side. Thank you.
Am I audible?
Yes.
Yeah. Thank you, Mr. Tejas. I was just trying to relate like what part of Riverathon would we be able to use this nitty-gritties of digital twin of the aspect of building that you mentioned, but yes, towards the end, and the case studies that you showed about the riverfront development and the canal and the related areas, that provided an insight of yes, there is a possibility of having this river urban interaction and using this digital twin. Thank you very nicely. You have put it there, and yes, now it actually shows like how powerful it is. The only question is like to what extent are we also having both side interaction? See, one side interaction is okay, but digital twin is all about a real interaction. So how that IoT enablement of, like you showed the metro which is there, or for example riverfront, if there is something in the riverfront that is placed which requires a real-time monitoring, or there is a device which is there in the riverfront, and we want to continuously show the real time, for example the bulbs are on and the bulbs are off, and this energy conservation, how it is taking place in the riverfront. So what kind of what is this kind of integration ability that is present in our GIS, even that would be of interest to our participants, because participants are, it is not just the 3D or 4D or 5D modeling, but it is actually about the interaction that is to be taken care of. And there are certain ideas that has been put across, aligned along this, and we look forward, as we move and we have some of the ideas of this format where both side interaction is required, then I am sure the RGS team or team mystery will be able to help us out with that even. Thank you. So with that, we come to the end of the session. If we have Mr. Suneet, we'll request him to kindly sum up, and on behalf of Team ISRI, if there are some strong messages that need to be passed on to our participant, it would be great. Mr. Suneet, Senior Industry Manager, Sales, ISRI India. Over to you for your summation remarks.
Thank you, Dr. Madhuri, and thank you, Dr. Manoj. I think it's the Riverathon actually showcasing the marathon presentations rather from our end. So thank you, students who are withstanding this kind of sharing, and hope the students become more innovators and the future leaders by this interaction, what we actually started with. It's a great pleasure rather, putting this session from ISRI end, which is, graded by Stuti. And we realize this is not more competition, but it's call for actions. And what we showcased is a hope for the young generation who are the custodian of our legacy. And it may spark how technology can becoming our strongest ally with a scientific precision, and can create a ripples of change. And that's what we're looking at. These entire sessions could lead and create sense of responsibility, sense of purpose, and I think right now there are 24 participants are right now attending this. So it will give us more responsible activity furthermore and solve the things what you intended for cleaner and healthier environment. And I would like to thank Amity on behalf of ISRI that you curating the and change with heading it up and giving this competition more sense of purpose. So thank you for this your creativity and embedding this power of technology where we share the part of GIS and we can assure our rivers remain lifeline of our nation, and so as our education can remain wisdom of our nation. So thank you so much, and thank you from all East India team. Thank you so much.
Uh, it was just amazing. Thank you so much, Team ISRI, to give the silver lining to this thorn. And yes, you, as rightly mentioned, we are into the marathon of presentation since morning. Just an attempt to tell our participants that here is the tool which is all ready to be leveraged. So go ahead, spend less time on finding how you have to do it, what you have to do it, and what should be the outcome. That let that be the focus. Thank you, and we will keep hooked up to you as we move on through this journey. We come to the end of this session, and I'll quickly want to have a wrap up slides for the participants. Very, very important. And of course, there are very less students or participants towards the end of it. We had 50 as we started the second part of the second day. But yes, we need to record it also and let participants know that this is the way forward that we are going to be taking it. And it's very, very important information that the participants should pay attention to. So, dear participants, as it was already indicated in our yesterday's presentation by director, that we are into phase 2. Phase 1 ideation and submission has closed on 15th August, and we are critically reviewing your presentations, and it is screening of idea is under progress. So what is happening in screening of ideas? A lot of queries coming in. When do we get the final list and what's going on? So dear participant, you should be informed that idea is through with sanity check and first round of internal review. The list is already published on the website. The list that is published on the website are the ideas that is through with the sanity check and is in the required format. We have also posted a list where the idea was okay, but the format was incorrect, and we wanted you to submit in the format. So that date is also now closed, and we have the entire collection of the idea which is undergoing the review. So idea is now being sent to the external expert for review, and the shortlisting process is in progress. It is not yet completed. The list is tentatively to be published by 30th October 2025. So a month to go, of course, because we need to really scan through, have multiple rounds of review before we actually find out the serious ideas, outcome, impactful, and presented, not copied. So these are some of the judging criteria. Again, was mentioned in the very first round of talk by our director, sir. But just wanted you all to again pay attention to it, my dear students. Innovativeness, technical implementation, impact, sustainability, presentation, and clarity is very, very important part when it is being reviewed. So stage 1 is list of the shortlisted ideas when it will be declared on 30th October 2025 tentatively. The teams of the shortlisted idea will be required to submit the POC using the sample LiDAR data. So we all have prepared the of few stretches of the river, and it's ready to be rolled out. And these LiDAR data will be shared with the participants as of now, we have got a go ahead of sharing it with the participants who gets shortlisted, and by 30th October, when the list is out, they will get access to the data. However, we are also trying to seek permission wherein the students can get, or the participants can get a smaller set of data access before that as well. So that stands as a question, but yes, once it is shortlisted, your idea is shortlisted, you get access to the LiDAR data. Now, by 30th November 2025, you are expected to submit the POC, which will showcase some aspect of using the tool and presenting or implementing your idea on the ground. It is not a foolproof thing, because that we will look in for during grand finale, but by 30th November, some kind of working model or working hands-on need to be there. We are planning of how this POC need to be presented. That will be shared with you. The POC will undergo review in the stage 3, and we have 20 days assigned for the review, wherein you will all have to present online your idea, your POC, and pitch deck. And the final grand finale is scheduled somewhere in last week of January to the first or second week of February. We are yet to firm up on the date, and the dates will be announced. Keep yourself tuned through the website. The website will have all the latest details there. So, dear students, participants, particularly, we have finished with workshop 1 today, and the workshop 2 is now coming up. It's all in a physical mode that we are going to be doing workshop 2. So it's going to be a great culmination of the participants who are very serious on learning. You are invited to attend this. Again, the dates would be announced through the website. As of now, it is 5th, 6th November. So it is going to be around that time. And we are going to come up with the planning of this workshop very soon. There were few pointers that were shared during the talks, and I have just collected all the pointers here. Now, these pointers are just to give you a kickstart on the tool. There are repositories having training of history. There is Living Atlas, which you can take advantage of over and above the data of LiDAR that is going to be shared with you. There are several training pointers for different tools: ArcGIS Pro, ArcGIS Business, ArcGIS Enterprise. The URL are here, but this naturally gets to you once you get into the training URL. And specific question around LiDAR, how LiDAR and ArcGIS gets integrated. So there is again the tutorial which aligns or which will walk you through how LiDAR can be used by ArcGIS or ArcGIS Pro. So these are hands-on, or these are the tutorials we would suggest that you should start taking advantage of. So dear students, now participants, this is very important, again covered in the very first session by Director Sir, but it is very important once again to dictate on this, because now this is going to form the foundation for sure. LiDAR data, courtesy NMCG and Survey of India, the format which you are going to be after you access the format of the data that would be available to you is DEM, ortho, and few of the vector data layers extracted out of this DEM. And this LiDAR data will be made available as and when you are shortlisted. On your login that is already present, through which you can see the dashboard, you will have a link to this LiDAR data. ArcGIS is the platform we are working out with ISRI how to work or how to communicate to you regarding the license of monthly license. And as we move on and the team gets shortlisted, we will extend the duration of the license. That is being worked out. And while we are working on shortlisting the idea, this partnership is also being worked out, and it will be conveyed to all the participants very soon. So here it is. With this, I would like to actually bring this online workshop to a closure. Dear participants, the winning points are already there with you. Wanted to give pointers to it. based on which we are going to assess your ideas. Clarity of thought is very important. It is not just the problem statement, but also the solution. How the clear flow of it is something that we would definitely be looking at. Innovative and creativity. Dear participants, don't take advantage of Chat GPT. Yes, that could be the pointer, or any GPTs for that matter. The innovativeness and creativity inside your head is what we are looking for. We want human intelligence here, not the artificial one. So please come up with your own thought process and try to implement it. And very important, while you're innovating and creating, please don't create the wheel or reinvent the wheel which was done already. And that's how we are presenting this tool that is already there in the market, in the industry, which you can leverage to find out the solution. Very important is the feasibility and scalability of your solution. Go to market is the strategy which is going to be focused on. It is not just the imagination. If it does not have practicality of implementation, and the feasibility and scalability does not get the focus, then your idea is just what will stay inside the box. It is not an out of box idea. Impact is very, very important. We are not looking at a theoretical idea, how it is going to impact the community, how it is going to impact the SDG, how it is going to bring in the future of the river, how we are going to stay with it, how we are going to take it forward is something very, very important. And last but not the least, measurable outcome. How much is it going to really be creating an outcome? So when it says measurable, you should be able to have some kind of quantity, either the percentage improvement in the economics, or in percentage saving in the finances, or percentage improvement in community engagement that we are going to be doing through the app, and so on. There has to be a quantifiable outcome. So with that, all the best, my dear participants. We look forward to welcome you all to the Amity University for Riverathon, and it will be a great day when the like mind will culminate and provide the outcome, and it would align along the vision and mission of our nation. So with that note, a final few points from Dr. Manoj Kumar Pandey, sir, who is our Director of Amity School of Engineering and Technology. So over to you.
Thank you, Dr. Madhuri, for very well summing up the ideas of this two-day workshop and the Riverathon, the hackathon as a whole. Now, since we have left with the few participants in the session right now, but yes, we would like to put on the record all the information that we are sharing with all of us right now. And yes, of course, this workshop is just an elementary workshop, which is giving an idea about how the solutions will be got. And very rightly said that we are right now looking for very tangible and quantifiable outcome of this Riverathon. So all the speakers, the resource persons during this workshop, they had given a lot of insights about how the participants of this Riverathon is going to proceed further in order to get the solution of the problem statement that they had been submitted about. And this is really going to show them a path towards the solution. We are really thankful to all our speakers. Of course, those who are right now, they are not connected, but yes, on record, we would like to thank Mr. Vijay Kumar, CTO of ISRI, and the whole ISRI team, of course, because that was started with the keynote address of the CTO of ISRI from there only. And our all members, although right now I'll call it the internal members only, all are the organizing committee members, those who had given you all the information, talks. I would like to again thank all the speakers, including Dr. Mathuria ji, Professor Rajiv Sinha ji, Professor Anurag Ore ji, and of course, all the officials of the NMCG, and they spared. And of course, this is the brainchild, and of course, without their support, it is not possible of the NMCG, and especially Mr. Nalin Srivastav Mr. Dheeraj Joshi ji, and Piyush Gupta ji, who is very instrumental on completing this all the formalities and every decision of the NMCG that has been done. Professor Soumitra Mukherjee ji, Professor Pathak, Professor Mavindra Saharia, Professor Vaibhav Garg, and of course, the very able team from ISRI, of course, those who had given their all the insights. I mean, starting from Mr. Sunit Manjuwarkar. Mr. Sunit, you had really given a very great insight about how the GIS is going to help everybody, even in using the daily use as well. Ms. Stuti, of course, already starts from, we had a small meeting in NMCG, Ms. Stuti, if you can remember, and Ms. Prathavi, who has given a lot of details about the component of GIS, how the hardware, software, all the data, how that is going on. Ms. Sivangi and Ms. Neha and Mr. Tejas, of course, that I like the way you had presented the digital twin. Of course, that was, we would like some other day, again, we will discuss about how we can further work on that. Ms. Manjusa and all of the people from the ISRI, those who had submitted. Thank you very much, and all the participants. This is just an initiation, and we have to go long way. And the next workshop is we are planning to have in a physical mode. And before that, we are really thankful to ISRI, those who had asked us unconditional support. I mean, they had asked us anytime you can ask, you can have similar sessions apart from this these formal workshops, and a similar sessions if anyone is facing any problem on using the ArcGIS tools and any other things on that matter. So thank you very much, Team ISRI, and there you have spared your valuable time starting from morning, today morning itself, and we really appreciate your commitment towards, of course, we all are working for a common cause, for the society, social cause. So that will be your contribution towards this social, that will be remembered. So thank you very much, and we will meet once again shortly. And till then, all the best wishes to all the participants, and my best wishes to all the people from the ISRI. Thank you very much. Thank you.
Namaskar to everyone, and good evening. Bye, everyone.